Hello and welcome. Picking up right where we left off in episode 20-something, I don't know, it'll be in the title, of Mayhem and Mandril Part 3. We are mid-dragon fight, or shall we say tail end of dragon fight, because the dragon is making quite a hasty escape into what is presumably the Hall of Monsters. We are at the top of the turn order, meaning that it is Zephyr up first.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Hope you came ready with a pre-rehearsal of what your move was going to be.
Of course, I planned everything perfectly.
Yeah, you got a week to plan.
I was about to say you're kidding, right?
No, but yes.
Okay. Zephyr's gonna do what Zephyr's gonna do.
That's
good.
So bold of him.
Yeah,
I can't believe he would do something so brave.
I know.
So Zephyr.
Okay, it's his full turn, not like a reaction or anything, correct?
No, it's his real turn.
Okay. Well, let's see. Gonna do. I don't know if it'll help at all. Gosh. Where's everybody health for?
A-okay.
I think everyone's doing fine. Kingy's bloody, but holding on.
I'm like 4/6.
Okay.
So, 2/3. Okay.
This is
What?
You didn't reduce your fraction.
Yeah, whatever. Shut up.
Fair, I guess.
okay.
I'm at 41
question.
out of 60. Are you happy? It's not reducible.
Is it possible to use a bonus action and hold a full action?
Yeah, that's reasonable. You're the top of initiative, so if you just want to do something later, yes.
So I'm gonna do. Well, I guess I might as well. Yeah, he's gonna, as a bonus action, I think most people are healed, I guess, so that doesn't make sense to do. Yay. How's Parts looking health-wise?
How is part? Where even is Parts actually? Oh,
He's
right
right
there.
in the middle of it, and he's
Not good, if I recall.
well, no, he's 23 out of 28.
Oh yeah, that's right. Didn't Blobbletoe heal him?
Yeah. No, I
No.
superiority heal.
Oh,
What is it?
I tried to.
Okay, well, I'm going to bonus action healing word on Parts, just to try and pop him off, and then I'm going to hold. I'm going to hold. That's dumb. That's dumb. It's a dumb idea. It's not a good idea.
Okay.
It's just dumb. That's stupid. I will die.
Okay. You're gonna share with the class?
No, I
It's-
don't think I will.
Yeah, I had an idea and I was like, no, that's stupid. It's not good. Well, you guys heard the whole thing. You were.
I was.
All right, so he's just gonna use healing word,
Yeah.
and as an action, he's going to cast. Gosh, all of these are freaking. Gonna cast frostbite on the drag. Wait, how far away is that?
Probably like 60 feet. Let's find out. Yeah, 60 feet.
Oh, bet. He's gonna cast frostbite. Make a con save.
Actually, is that spell 3rd level or lower?
It is low. Third
Yeah,
level
I'm just
low.
gonna counterspell it.
As a reaction. No. Okay, that's fine.
I counterspell your counterspell.
I know. I was going to. I was
Imagine.
going.
You
I
can
would
do
have.
That would be a
You
power
want
play.
to.
I was going to, but I ended last session with Malachi using his counter spell. So,
Yeah.
all right. So frostbite, no.
No, I counterspelled it. Good prank.
Oh, even if it's that save or something, that's how that works too.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, I mean, I just stopped the spell before it can even do
Yeah.
anything, so yeah.
Well, let me tell you how much you get health parts.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, and then I'm done. And then I'm done.
I am up. It's Kingy.
6.
I'm full health.
There you go.
Alright. This is where things get weird. Parts, you got any more javelins on your back?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to, as Kingy, rest in peace, Julian, who is currently working. I think that discussion was had off stream. So I yet again have to wrap up Kingy's story arc. But we're here for you, Julian. I'm grabbing a javelin from Parts' back. I am casting Branding Smite, and I am hurling the javelin at the dragon. And I'm actually gonna get a hit. 19 plus more than 22, you bastard. And are javelins a D6 or a D8? I don't remember. I think they're a D6, right?
Yeah, D6.
Excellent. 15. That's actually a total of 19 damage, including radiant, to the dragon.
Why didn't Joanne ever do that?
I don't know. Granted, it is a spell, so I mean, I just burnt his last level 2 spell slot. It ain't cheap. You know, he was using it to like heal and stuff, but I was feeling in a killy mood. What can I say? So
We got to kill.
I'm
we got it.
I'm really glad that I landed that 19 plus.
Listen, you guys got a whole ass guy that's built for healing.
Yeah, it is true. It's true. I don't think I can really.
Wayne never lied.
I'm just gonna hold at Blobbletup after yeeting that spear to him, and or javelin. We're gonna call it a day. This is where things, however, take an unfortunate turn. One, because of layer actions, but more importantly, I don't think there's any layer actions I can take. Well, actually, this is very interesting.
I looked at a Black Dragon's lair actions, and you're going easy on us. I didn't even realize.
Not really, but there are additional layer actions that I haven't been using.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I mean, I'll use one of them.
Oh wow! Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you.
Like,
They're just,
man.
it's just a lot.
I
to
gotta get
remember.
one in every session. Gotta
No.
get one in.
It's just a lot to
Love
remember. But
Love
you know
that
what?
for-
monster.
The
Thank you for
dragon.
encouraging
The
him.
dragon's gonna target its lair actions. It's gonna dismiss its swarm of insects, but as it flies away, it's actually gonna take a lair action. And since it's the end of Kingy's turn, it's also going to be using one of its legendary actions to do its wing attack. But of course, we don't care about the wing attack. We just care about the flying half of its flying speed. So as it departs, the dragon points back, laughing, and says, "Good luck, gentlemen." He flies off into the darkness.
He should still be shining from the branding smite.
He is still shining.
Yeah.
And he was being cocky, but he is extremely wounded and very pissed, which means he relishes pointing to the area on the ground, starting from the center where the vines have been left by whatever put those vines there. I forget. Probably the dragon. I don't know. Nauseous gas begins to pour out in a 20-foot radius, and I think that's just gonna be 4. Isn't that this? Or is that that's a 10-foot radius, isn't it? It's a 20-foot diameter. Yeah, alright, so it's gotta be 8. Alright, hold up.
Oh,
Slap
Jesus.
this here. Yeah, get
I didn't actually know about this. What I meant by going easy is Black Dragons have like a water move, and there's no water in here. So
No,
they could
that
put
was
water in
just
here.
that's just the nature of the layer.
Hey,
It's like
actually,
the water move.
you know where a great place to center the circle would be?
Yeah, right here.
Right around the person that suggested it.
Actually,
Right. Yeah,
I didn't
but then I don't.
suggest shit.
Then I don't get rid of it.
oh wait, one thing.
Away from everybody else.
Yeah.
One thing. When I cast a spell, I forgot to fly and move.
Oh, okay. And now that you're realizing you're in the kill bubble, you would like to move.
Yeah, I sure do.
Well, go ahead.
Move me up diagonally 2 spaces.
He's out of the kill bubble. Well, he's gonna.
I still have more movement.
Oh, do you? Go ahead. Use your movement.
All right.
I'm just kidding. I'm gonna target Frizz. You're not worth it. You're not a real threat. All right. Everyone in this bubble, please make a Constitution saving throw.
Who's doing
With
that?
advantage.
There are more layer actions. Oh, jeez.
There's
Blopple
way
top
too
on
many
+1
layer
because of
Blopple you would add +1, I believe.
All right, so
Yeah.
make that a 4.
All right.
Big 8 from the bird.
Big
Oh,
8, so we got an
sick.
8, a 4. I don't
And a
think
sick.
Meteor can't be affected by this, funny enough.
You gotta roll
I
Frizz
don't
and
hear
King.
anyone has failed. I did roll for Kingy. Kingy did just succeed. And then Bloppleta.
I got a 4, Chief.
Okay, great. So, as gas erupts from the ground, which cannot be destroyed, there is a bit of a tremor beneath you. You feel like the ground would erupt underneath your feet, but the archives are holding themselves together despite all of the trepidation, literal trepidation. But it does not stop the gas from rising out of the ground mystically, resulting in everyone taking this much poison damage, or half if you succeeded. Oh, that's not bad. You guys got off easy. 9 poison damage.
Oh,
Okay.
so I take what?
If you succeeded, you take 4. Oh, it's actually.
I thought you were gonna massacre us.
No, the roll isn't that high. It's only 3d6. But this has. Oh no, it actually hasn't become difficult terrain because the archives are putting themselves together. But there you go. Unfortunately, the dragon has disappeared into the darkness.
What?
And so now you're just left coughing.
It was the dragon's turn already?
No, he used a legendary action after Kingy's turn
Oh.
to use half of his
What a
movement
nerd.
speed. Yeah.
I'm gonna kill that guy.
Yeah, that's fair play. But yes, the gas slowly dissipates until eventually it disperses through the archives and is no longer as potent. You're left in the wake of the battlefield, which was, of course, the entrance to the room of artifacts here. The vines slowly begin to magically wither away as they are no longer in play here. Whoops.
A black obsidian cube spawns in the middle of the room.
Yeah, no. We're done with that. There is still ice and acid on the ground, though. The acid again seems to be bubbling at the stone, but not quite gnawing through it, as a protective barrier is witnessed protecting the floor from the disgusting ooze on the ground.
Well, are we like out of initiative now?
Pretty much.
What? So I just never got my turn?
Well, it is your turn because there's no more initiative. The dragon
Well-
flew out of any ability for you to catch it. Not that you know that, so if you'd like to run after it, you can.
Well, I wanted
Well-
to start reading these items.
I'm
What are
gonna,
these stuffs?
it might be visible in the dark is what I'm thinking. So I should still be in my winged form.
As Malachi?
Mhm.
Okay. Cool. Rain is still afraid of the dragon and not understanding what's going on and backing into a corner.
I want to fly over to where I think he was
Mhm.
and see if can I do like a perception check or something to see if
Mhm.
and see in the dark or something,
You may.
because he should be glowing. Okay.
Are you walking over to the area?
Yeah.
Alright.
I'll follow.
I guess I'm sprinting over there as well.
That's completely fair. It's all meteors on the floor. Frizzle's sprint over as well to investigate.
Is somebody super perceptive? Is somebody super perceptive coming over there too, or not?
I don't know. I think he was
I got it. Don't worry. I'm rolling a perception right now.
If any of you who have crossed as far as you've crossed here have entered this area, any magical effects upon you cease immediately. Any
I can't see.
Any enchantments are gone. All magic fades as you cross an invisible barrier and look out into this curved darkness.
All magic fades?
Yeah.
I raised my bandana since it's just a piece of cloth now.
So I don't know if my flying form would disappear, because that's racial, not...
Unlikely.
Okay. But I got 15, but I think Parts got higher than I did. 19 or something?
Well, both of you are adequately peering through the darkness, but there is nothing to peer. It is like a black void that sucks all light out of it, and it's a hard line. Unlike your normal darkness or understanding of light sources, there's a fade via what we call it over here is the inverse square law. But over there it's just it gets slowly darker.
I'm gonna walk through it.
Gradient. You're gonna walk through it. You attempt to walk through it and slam up against a magical barrier or something.
Can I look at the markings on the floor?
You may.
I'm gonna knock on it.
The markings on the floor are merely a symbology describing in Elvish that this is the Hall of Monsters, and they are marked as the fifth wing of the archive.
Okay. Cool. Can I try to Eldritch Blast into the darkness?
You may. As you Eldritch Blast the darkness, roll. Well, actually, no. You got a 15 on perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
You notice the blast coming up against some kind of magical barrier or force that illuminates itself with a light white shimmer before dissipating back into the black void.
Okay. Does that look similar to the barriers that were in the King's Place?
They were largely invisible until you came up against them. When passing through them, there was a similar white shimmer.
Did Kingy have a key or something?
No.
Frizz did.
Frizz has a pearl, yes.
The pearl, yeah. Can he attempt to go through with that or no?
I mean, he certainly can, but you probably have to ask him. He's assessing the situation himself. I don't think he's put that together quite yet.
Frizz, it seems there is a similar sort of magic barrier. Would the pearl work here? It's worth a shot to
Is this
attempt.
sort of key for the magic door?
Perhaps.
I could try it, though even if I were to pass through, I'm not sure if I could see. He stretches his hand out and it stops hard against the barrier. It says, "Pearl's in my hand." And he holds it up. I don't think I'm getting through like that.
Okay.
Unless
What
that he
about
punches
Vest-
the wall.
Bobtop can't understand what they're saying, but Vesper has an anti-magic thing, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah, so I'll go grab.
You gonna go grab him?
I'm gonna go grab him.
Okay, I didn't hear. I just didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry. I heard.
He said someone go grab him.
Oh, okay. I heard. No, grab him.
I'm
My fan is
start
blowing
banging
my
on the darkness.
Yeah, that's fair.
Did I
Yep,
look at
I'm
any of
out
these
of
items?
flying form now.
Hold on. What'd you say, Jacob?
Did I get to look at any of these items before
You would
getting
have had
called
time
over?
to look at any of these items, should you so desire.
Well, I'm gonna start with the ones in the room we're in.
Yes.
Because they're still there.
they are still there. You'll have to step over the ice and the poison and such.
I got wings, it'll be
I don't
fine.
have that document up. Crap, hold on.
I do have the staff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the
Do you
staff,
feel like moving anything?
and then Dweeby. No, it's not Dweeby. Parts has the coin, the Queen of Fate, the Ring of Despair, the Ring of Meta Knowledge. No, Plopatop's holding on to that.
I have that.
Does he have the Crystal of Reckoning? I think Parts has the Crystal of Reckoning.
I don't think
Is
anyone has the Crystal of Reckoning.
Is that not the one where you could ask it a yes or no question?
No, that's
No,
not.
that was an orb.
Nobody has
below
read the
orb.
description of the Crystal of Reckoning.
I was imagining a crystal orb, so I see.
So, Vesper, you can actually read these plates though, because you speak Elvish, right? So
Yes.
This will be a lot easier for you to tour.
I speak 7 languages.
Amazing. That's, gosh, okay.
Well, those things can't.
Such an
And the other
overachiever.
another one's common.
Okay, well those two kind of don't. Well, that's still impressive. Who am I
That's still
kidding?
5 other
I only
languages.
speak one. What am I?
I don't know. In real life,
Yeah.
I can't. I tried,
Yeah.
but
I can speak 3/4 of one language, really. All right. So, are you just gonna want to make your way from left to right here? Gonna go
Sure.
through your descriptions. The first is the armor of the enlightened. This is ceremonial armor worn by servants of the Creator. It's alleged that this plate armor gives the user a wide variety of powers, but these are not powers that most men of renown or heroes of old per se seek out. It doesn't tell you specifically what the powers are, just that they're not what one would expect.
great armor with ominous powers.
The
All
Wild
right.
Tamer's hood is a hood worn by Elwyn Wild Tamer, an ancient wood elf of renown who brought order to the Feywild through unknown magical means, but has long since passed away. The necklace of Evelith is a sapphire-lined necklace of the first elven queen, Evelith the Noble. The Book of Creation and Destruction were read and discovered by, I think, was it Blobbletop maybe? Or was
Yeah,
it-
in parts.
Yeah, I think so. Blobbletop in parts. Elven Creation and Armageddon narratives. Notably empty cases until you get to the Banner of the One, which is an ancient banner used by the first elven army of Earth to repel something referred to as the Great Serpent. The banner itself is a large red staff, upon which the red flowing banner, somewhat tattered, is a bronze serpent being crushed by the weight of a man's heel.
Serpent, you said.
And that's all that's in this room.
But if I still have time, I would have moved down.
Oh, you definitely did. The
Taking a look
Covetous
at anything
coin
else.
has a plaque, but it is not there. Queen of Fate, same deal. I think the Pearl of Fate may have been, or the Pearl of Hope may have been taken. I'm not certain.
Oh,
it
you
do?
know what I can do? Dragon got away, right?
Yeah.
And this is completely sealed off.
As far as you can tell.
So what if the dragon did not get away and this was not sealed off?
Okay.
He wants to use the Queen of Fate.
Would it be worth it?
Oh.
I don't know. It feels like a really powerful item to burn it right here.
I mean, what else will we use it on?
I'm just
That's the point,
concerned.
man.
I'm just concerned. If, for example, the dragon took a long rest, comes back fully powered up.
Well, yeah, but we'll figure it out in that time, right? Right?
That's a
That seems
guess
very
I'm-
You're not over
optimistic.
there.
very
You're reading.
Yeah.
Either get together or shut up. Is Blobbletop coming to get you?
Yes.
Alright, he's working his way around. I will read the description of the Crystal of Reckoning before you're torn away, because this is the one that I said was broken. Upon dying, you may choose, if you so desire, to instantly end the life of a being that participated in your demise. You may only choose one target.
Kill the dragon. Give it to freaking Bill.
Okay. Can I grab that?
Pull you over. Yes, you can.
All right.
Vesper,
What?
you have that anti-magic thing, right?
Yes.
Come here. There's a weird area. I think we might be able to get through it.
Okay.
One quick over. You pass Meteor on the ground. Who goes, I hurt.
Who you are.
Okay. That was interesting. Does Kingy know mending?
I do.
Menting.
Let's find out.
Somebody knew it before me. It was Dirk.
Dirk.
Oh, yeah, Kingy doesn't know it. Alright, you summon Vesper. Vesper, you perceive a giant wall of darkness curving around. There's a very light but somewhat noticeable shimmer around the entire area of the void, indicating some kind of barrier. Looks identical to those that were used in your holding cells.
Alright, I'll turn on the amulet if it's not already on and see if that brings the wall down.
I'm gonna step back out of range
Okay.
because I don't know how long we're gonna have to wait, so I'm starting to like attune to the staff.
Yeah. Alright, so what are you doing? You walking up to it? You throwing your hand? What's the play here?
I'll just touch it.
Your hand stops up against an invisible force. The amulet seems to have no effect against this barrier.
I'm going to try turning it off and back on again.
I really want to say that it works, but it doesn't. You can't tempt me with that. I worked IT. Oh yeah, no, it works. Yeah. No, his hand goes right through. No, unfortunately, no. That does not do it. Thank you for trying, though. I appreciate it.
Of course, of course. Well.
Darn.
So, what
I
did
don't
you
know,
just attempt there? Says Frizz to Malachi.
He's attempting to counteract the magic, but apparently that doesn't seem to have worked. Gosh, there might be something with the way that magic flows here.
I'm not so sure.
Hey guys, you think the dragon's gonna realize he never finished the deal with the coin? He was supposed to come back and get the coin.
He definitely will.
That was the deal.
But we don't want him to be able to rest and recuperate, so he may be able to loophole that he can come back and get it tomorrow or something.
We can't go in. Was there anything, I don't know, about the way that the dragon went through? Like, did it do something specific or?
Roll history.
I couldn't see, unfortunately. I was around the wall.
I was just about to say, is there a point in me asking that? Is Vesper? And then I realized it's it.
15.
It performed a specific motion to get itself through the door, but from what it looked like, that was just its way of quickly accelerating away before casting its spell or whatever similar magic it performed to get the nauseous gas to fill the area. You didn't see anything in regards to it performing an action to get through the darkness.
Can Blopplop remember what the description of the orb of Ool was?
Reasonably. The Great Ball of Ool is a magical vehicle that requires attuning to operate, and basically you can phase through the marble to enter the pilot seat, and then phase through anything, ignoring gravity. But it can't pass through magic barriers, and in anti-magic, it'll suffocate in the ball.
Okay. Question: how long has it been since the dragon went through? Just like a few minutes?
Yeah, no more than 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 4.
I'm gonna pause my attunement. I'm gonna go up to just in front of the barrier,
Okay.
and I'll spend 10 minutes casting alarm on this area.
That's a good idea. Alright.
I didn't finish reading all the magical items, so I'll be back.
Alright. I think Kingy will just stand guard with Malachi, and Frizz will do the same.
Popo's gonna go fix Meteor.
Yeah.
Wait. What about the Silver Dragon? What did Eri learn last time? He was reading and studying and all that junk.
He was studying the general history of Earth, right?
I think so.
Okay. What would he have been looking for specifically? Or does he just kind of open books and see what's what?
Well, gosh, about the entire Earth?
All of Earth. Everything recorded by the elves from the dawn of time.
From the dawn of time. Well, I don't know specifically what I'm looking for, but give me some info.
Yeah.
I'll take what you give.
Okay.
Because what I was thinking of is about if there's any mention of like the Silver Dragon or any mention about, you know, that kind of stuff.
There are many mentions of dragons, but you'd have to go looking for them. You would probably have found them. I don't know how much time you had, probably like 15-20 minutes. A lot of the historical texts detail the Feywild, which has had one of the craziest histories described. A crazy number of wars, many of which were not against, you know, intelligent beings fighting intelligent beings, but Eladrin or ancient elves fighting the Feywild itself. Allegedly, and one of the history books references you to the Book of Creation, which is actually being held in Wing 4 of the archives, essentially told you of a time where elves rebelled against the Creator and sowed chaos into the Feywild that largely became their own undoing and then became their quest to conquer. That fall is what created a number of Fey evil beings, a number of other beasts and monstrosities, and the categories of those beasts have changed greatly over time. You speak Elvish, right, by the way?
My character.
Huh?
Yeah, both my characters do.
Okay. There are some words that appear beyond your understanding of modern Elvish. It specifically looks like they're referencing ancient creatures that have no translation to common and have therefore been lost to time. The same with, obviously, places, geography, but you generally piece together that most of the words you're missing are contextually places, animals, things, and more evidently, people.
Some nouns.
Yes. One person that is mentioned fairly early on is, where was it? Elwyn Wildtamer, who was allegedly someone who escaped death by ascending to the astral plane after many centuries of conquest and order bringing to the Feywild. It's alleged that the Creator snatched them up themselves, not with any malice, but because they had served their purpose and their time, and they ascended directly to the astral plane or some other higher dimension. It's theorized particularly as to where, and there are some eyewitness accounts. After that, it describes many histories of elven migrations and a grand amount of Eladrin seafaring, as the Feywild was at that point primarily water. The land was split up and carved up and destroyed not only by the fall, but also by other lesser gods fighting. And the ramifications were extending from the material plane to the Feywild, which the elves eventually realized, and later likewise sent out expeditions to the material plane to discover the source of strife, which is where the dragon narratives begin. Describing similar stories that you may or may not have read on Mandril, since you're actually not from Mandril. You find maybe a similar retelling to that of the creation myth of Elevar and Durango, Though you find those names nowhere in the book, there is accounts of a red dragon and a silver dragon warring over a particular island of prominence far, far out from the light of Earth and where its inhabitants commonly dwell, but instead a backwater small island upon which lesser gods fought for scraps, essentially, in a world that had already been either claimed by the creator, tamed in the Feywild, or elsewise accounted for in the material plane, as the elves would discover. But this island, Mandril, became a hotbed for a draconic conflict that kept other gods disinterested. There is a mention of Tiamat a few times, alleging that the Red Dragon was not a head of Tiamat, but one of the high servants of Tiamat, banished from her kingdom and plan, and likewise seeking to form his own corner in Earth.
Oh, wait a minute. So, would Ari have seen any mention of, like the storm near where it was born?
Flipping through pages and thousands of years of history forward, the illusions of the expeditions in the material plane clue him in, and he quickly finds descriptions of another island, also farther out and removed, upon which several Eladrin voyaged to, titled Aroa, upon which a massive curse caused a storm to envelop the island, locking it off from any other divine conflicts while its own divine conflict raged on. But there is little information outside of the prevalence of the storm itself, as the elves writing this claim that a fragment of their group split off to settle Aroa before the storm descended.
Yeah.
That's probably all you would have had time to read, realistically.
Yeah.
We had like 15, 20 minutes. But we'll never know what Bill read. He's dead. So, he was with him. Poor guy. Anyway, Vesper was reading the last of the item descriptions, right?
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. Cloud of Worry. A magical floating cloud in a jar. When opened, the cloud may fly out and attach itself to any creature experiencing anxiety or great fear. Blindfold Power, Ring of Despair, disadvantage on all ability checks, Eldritch Staff, Ring of Knowledge, Pearl of Hope, Orb of Truth, Forever Boots, Whispering Earrings, already described. A large moss-covered stone guardian, titled Yorai, sits in the corner, allegedly an ancient guardian of Elvendom whose magic was taken away by an angry god, but is honored by his remaining physical form. Nothing more than a statue at this point.
Oh.
And at the other end is the Great Hammer of the Storm God, which is a comedically large, mallet-looking weapon, alleged to be used by a false god who challenged the creator and met his fate, stripped of its power without the power of its wielder, who has long since been either killed or exiled from entering the mortal realm.
Man, so a lot of the ones we missed are literally just like, yeah, they were cool once.
That is true. And it's kind of funny that just kind of worked out like that.
What were the Whispering Earrings? I don't remember us going over those, but I might just be forgetting.
You probably weren't there for that. Whispering Earrings are a magical pair of earrings known to give conflicting advice to the wearers. The left and right earrings always contradict each other, allegedly created by a trickster goddess. There's no way of knowing which ring is which, or which ear is telling the truth at any point. Sometimes both of them may lie.
Nice.
Different ways.
And then what were the Yor ones again?
The Protection of Yor and the Seal of Yor are particularly notable. The Protection of Yor is a statue of an elven warrior with a great tower shield protecting itself and every item in the archives. So it's said that this is one of the most powerful artifacts ever created, binding in eternal magic to keep the archives safe. And the Seal of Yor is its sister or brother statue. It is an ancient elven warrior wielding chains within her hands, such that any item being removed from the archives cannot be removed from the archives and will be bound to its resting place.
Interesting. What about the eyes?
The Eyes of Yor are a different type of statue. This is a statue of an elven scribe whose head is covered in eyes. it doesn't have the same aura as the others. Instead, the plaque says it holds no magic on its own, but is simply representative of the creator who oversees everything and ensures that justice is done in his time.
Interesting. Okay. I guess was it implied that the banner and the hood and stuff like that had magical powers, and the necklace?
Roll insight.
All right. Which one is it? There it is. I rolled a 3, so that's 13.
Okay. From the descriptions, they all vaguely imply some significance beyond what is historical, but you doubt that they're magical in the same way that other items in these archives are. Whatever is significant about these artifacts extends beyond the bounds of normal magic, if they are powerful in that sense.
Okay. Well, we got the... maybe Bloppletub could replace his armor with this ominous armor.
Potentially. They can find a way to get it out. It is full plate. Alright.
How's fixing Meteor going?
He's slowly getting fixed, and eventually his jaw snaps back in place so he can talk and say, "That went real bad.
Yeah.
Stepped on me and slammed into the wind." But
Are we at the point question where we can consider it a short rest or no?
yeah, reasonably.
Okay.
Wizard is gonna go look at scrolls again.
Yeah, fair play.
That was why I wanted the short rest, so I could
Are these sorted anyway?
Roll intelligence.
Oh no, ignore that. That's Bloppletop. There's a nat 20 though.
Oh, Bloppletop comes over and goes, "Oh, I know where to find it." Honestly, if it's a nat 20, just take it. Give it to Wizard. Don't
Yeah.
Okay, so you realize that there's a complex system of categorization. So there are descriptive scrolls ranked by level, and then paired with scrolls that actually allow you to cast the spell. The descriptors and the casting are sometimes separate and sometimes together. You realize that they're based on the level. There are also secret sections which are encrypted with a cipher, requiring you to either push certain books, pull them, or simply follow a very specific path in order to access higher levels of spells. You find a number of scrolls which have been painfully scribed such that they can be consumed and spells can be cast directly from them. There is one scroll of Revivify.
That won't work for a build though.
No, it would not.
I'm gonna grab it.
There is one scroll of Chain Lightning.
You don't grab that.
Nice.
Yeah. And there is one scroll of something called Magicer Missile.
Question.
Anything magic
So-
or
The Magicer.
Last week you had us write down stuff we were looking for.
Indeed.
So what do you? How do you want to do it?
What are you looking for?
Well, my list.
Huh?
I lost my list.
You lost your list.
I had a bunch of stuff written down.
How did you lose your list? Is it a physical list?
I wrote a physical
You wrote a
list.
physical Bro.
He lost it.
I admire the effort.
I was trying to be a character.
That's wild.
I don't know where I put it.
Is it like at church somewhere?
I don't know.
Could
that
you
would be
imagine
funny.
just finding a list of magic
I'm
scrolls? in your
imagining
church?
Debbie like goes into a cabinet and she's like, "What is this?" And it's like a bunch of spells. She's like, "Oh
Scroll
no!
of true resurrection.
Oh no!"
What is this?
She reports it to Kirk. She's like, "This is. I found this."
Yep, yep.
I lost my list. Do you remember anything that was on it? The big.
Yeah. I actually had pulled up the wizard spell list and I was just going through it,
Of course.
as one does. I think I had. Actually, I do think I had chain lightning.
Chain lightning is a good one. I mean, if Bloppletub doesn't burn the scroll to use it, you could learn it from that scroll.
You mean wizard? You mean wizard?
Well, yeah, yep. I mean, Bloppletub
Yeah.
could use it too, but you know, whatever.
He's fixing meteor. He doesn't even know those exist over there. Listen.
What was I able to write down? I was trying to write stuff down for a dude back at base.
Oh,
What's his name?
Dumbledore. Features
Yeah.
Dumbledore. Well, he wanted
That
to
guy.
know about any and everything magical. Spells, history, lore. So whatever you want to target, you can write down.
Super vague, huh?
I mean, he just told you this place has all knowledge. I want it.
Okay.
So
Mhm.
it's kind of your call what you bring up.
I have an idea on how to get stuff out of here, so
Okay.
I can worry about that later as well.
Okay.
Razzmatazz.
How many hit points does my man get from mending? Like per minute? Wasn't there a system you came up with?
There was a system. It was your system. I don't remember it.
My system. How long does mending take?
A minute.
I think
It's
what
a
you
minute.
said was
I think it was like
it
one hit
takes.
point per minute.
They definitely made like
Yeah.
rules for it for something.
I think it was literally one hit point per minute. That way, in an hour, he's like mostly good, but it's literally an hour of tending to him.
Remember when Dirk was doing it? You made him roll for it. When Bloptop was doing it, some amount of time passed. You're like, oh, meteor's fixed.
An artificer's steel defender regains 2d6 hit points if it has mending cast on it.
Interesting. Well, this ain't no artificer.
Yeah.
Ain't got
Next
that.
screenshot.
Ain't no follow no artificer rules. Hate artificer. That's only for me. My nation of steel.
I think we just call it, 5 minutes and he's full healed.
Absolutely.
Mending takes 10, isn't it?
Mending is a minute.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'll understand. That's more convenient.
Yeah. So I think I literally said 1 hit point a minute. That way it's 60 hit points an hour, which is pretty dang good. It is. An hour of work and 60 health? It's nothing. So yeah, we're going with that. I'm gonna say it's been 15 minutes, so if you've been working, he's back to 18 hit points. Why are you sacred flaming him?
I misclicked.
Okay. Alright. Is Zephyr doing anything else?
Can I have grabbed the
He's gonna go
cloud
back and
earrings?
read.
You can grab the cloud of worry and the earrings, yeah.
He's gonna go back and read.
Okay. Back to section 2. What's Bird doing? Is he hanging out with the spell people? That's where most people are, it looks like.
Yeah, I'll probably do spell stuff. I have High Arcana. And I'm supposed to be remembering a lot of this stuff anyway.
Alright. Trying to think. Yeah. I don't know. I have.
Uh-huh.
I'm debating revealing information, but it's not so simple. I don't reveal information that hasn't been earned. I'm looking at your passives.
Do you have information, please?
No, because you haven't done anything to acquire that information yourself. So
There was
He's
a cool
reading
guy.
books.
What books?
Tell me the books again.
Who? For who? Which guy?
Zephyr, I told you he's gonna keep
Well,
reading.
you said, but he's reading history, I'm presuming, yeah? Or you want to be able to tell you what's in the whole library?
What other books are there?
Alright, hold up. There's the history of Elvendom, the history of Greater Earth. You specifically went to the history of Greater Earth, which chronicled still largely elves, but more so nature and geography and such.
Okay.
But then there's the history of Elvendom, which is a specific target of the Eladrin, which is broken into 4 segments: the magic arts, the pantheon, the elven societies, and then elven racial variations.
He's gonna look into the magic arts.
Alright, so you're looking at the history of Elvendom and the study of the magic arts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Roll, are you looking for anything in particular?
I'm looking for information about this place.
Most curious. Okay. Go ahead, roll an investigation.
An investigation. Oh, this is a man with high wisdom. This ain't gonna be good. Don't let me down, Zephyr. He let down. 3.
3.
Yeah, I told you, he let me down.
Alright, you try to look for any information on the archives themselves, but the book seems more about describing the principles of magic as they operate in the Feywild and how the Eladrin began to harness them, and the development of spells in general, as well as some key figures in the spell creation process, legends and historical figures.
Does the name Dumbledore show up anywhere in there?
Not with a 3.
Okay.
Yeah, this book seems to only chronicle the very early beginnings, largely defocused on the individuals and more focused on the theory. It has a few references to scholars more than magicians.
Right. He's gonna look at another book then.
Okay. The same thing.
Is this a whole section on the magic system, or is that a book?
Yeah. There's an entire section that is just all books relating in various ways to the magic arts.
All right, yes, another book.
Okay. So this book you pick up appears to be a biography of a female apprentice wizard.
Huh?
Let me come up with a title for it real quick. Gotta think.
What her name is?
I'm
A
thinking about
wizardess,
it.
if you will.
Yeah.
What her name is?
Her name is Jerry.
Diabella.
Okay.
No.
Diabella.
Jerry.
I guess she had a great personality.
Yeah. It's just titled Chronicles of Diabella. She describes her learning, studying under her master, who she keeps anonymous throughout the story. Describes the process of her learning spells, wishing that she could have been a sorcerer, devoting hours of her time, blah, blah, blah. It's really boring. There's this other section that kind of describes a bunch of interpersonal drama, and that's kind of whatever, so you just kind of
Why would you say that's boring? Zephyr might like the tape.
Oh, okay, fine. I mean, if Zephyr wants to read about the interpersonal, fine. I won't assert my own biases. You want to read about the interpersonal drama?
Sure will.
Her master took on another apprentice while she was there, and it got extremely competitive. And it got to the point where her master wasn't really interested in teaching her new things, even though she was the most advanced, because it was getting harder to learn things. And her master was blaming it on her ability, but she knows, and from everyone else she heard, including wizards who weren't her master, it's very common for wizards at a higher level to hit walls, and it takes time and a lot of study to break through them, and it's always easier to just onboard new apprentices for money. So she's paying a lot of money as this apprentice to learn super high level stuff, and it gets to the point where she's shuffled to the back and the new students get all of the attention. And so essentially, after learning 3rd level spells, she quits, starts to study on her own, and then gets sucked into a necromantic cult. Gets completely sidetracked. The cult promises that they can resurrect her dead mother, who died when she was 8. It's really dark. She goes on this whole quest, apparently, to gather resources for it, and then kind of realizes that this isn't what she wants, but is already pressured to the point of doing it. Gets to the point of the ceremony, kind of attempts to self-sabotage it, and it works. And she kind of gets away with it in that it looks like a fluke because she replaced one of the herbs that she needed with something that looked very similar. And so when it didn't work, they took it as a sign that she wasn't ready, but really she sabotaged it and was really grateful that it worked. And she took the first opportunity she could to get out of the cult. And then she struggled for months.
The name of the cult at any point?
Sure. I'll come up with a name for this death cult. Cult of the Unborn.
The Cult of the Unborn?
Cult of the Unborn.
I'm kind of into that, okay.
And yeah, she describes a lot of her time with the cult. And the Cult of the Unborn were beings who believed a lot of weird things about life. They held the not uncommon belief that life persists after death, but the more uncommon belief that you exist before you are born, after you are born, and while you are born as a separate entity outside of your body, and bodies are merely conduits by which you can traverse the world. And their ultimate goal was to bring back old bodies to serve as their own temporary conduits to bolster their strength until they could eventually assemble to godhood.
Ascend?
Yeah, pretty much. She goes on to describe how she would wrestle with illusions of needing to bring down the cult, but also knowing that she was not nearly powerful enough, and it would be much easier to just dissociate, leave, change her identity. It was at that point that she's, like 60 years old, so fairly mature for an elf, no political or marital prospects. At this point, a scholar and an acolyte. Some people had found out that she'd been involved in a cult, and so her reputation was spiraling. Her old master, at that point, she found out, was murdered. And the study that he ran was overtaken by a member of the Dumbledon family.
Interesting.
Who do not have a good reputation. At least whenever this was written, which appears to be roughly 2,000 years ago from all that you can surmise. She then described that she went on a long spiritual quest where she actually encountered a druid who taught her new forms of magic beyond what she understood before and began to commune with nature. But that the druid was not really socially smart, and that things got a little bit weird and tense, and he made some moves on her, and she was not into it, and so she had to leave after not learning what she felt like was much.
What did you say her name was?
Diabella.
Shoot, Diabella really going through it.
Yeah,
Just call back to random things in the story to make sure he's remembering his own story.
Yeah. Please do. Yeah.
What was the cult called?
The Cult of the Unborn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure I got it right.
By the way, somebody better write all this down, cause I'm gonna need some help.
I'm gonna listen back to it.
Great.
Yeah.
If I could get a.
I've been making notes on only the things I've been like.
This is why I said I need a special scribe every now and again. Because you're like, I want to read this entire random book in this archive of thousands of books. And I go,
Yo, I didn't know it was gonna have that much info in it. I just thought it was gonna be like, it's about magic. Okay.
Yeah, well, when you're reading the book, you got to read the book. You're at least skimming.
Yeah.
But,
I also found my list
oh, that's good.
and I posted.
You posted the list. Okay, let's see the list. Cheese Hands. Nick says her name is Cheese Hands. Thank you, Nick. Very cool. My missing it? Oh gosh, I have to actually read it. That's right. Oh, and it's in pseudo cursive. Oh, why does the no, it changes. Oh gosh. Oh, hold monster. Yeah, that's in
I
here.
started to write fast, so sorry.
Delayed blast fireball. Oh, you probably actually found a whole section on delayed spells.
Oh, word.
So there's a guide instructing you how any spell can be delayed with simple verbal and somatic additions, including magic missile, fireball, ice knife, acid arrow, many other classics, any projectile. Dimension door, greater visibility, polymorph, fire. Yeah, pretty much most of these appear. Immolation, classic. Summon draconic spirit. Okay, no. Arcane gate, anti-magic field. Anti-magic. There are many sections on anti-magic. Describing it. Yeah.
I wrote this. I don't know if we're getting any of that.
You're getting descriptions of them. Power word kill is notably banned from these archives.
Cowards.
It's a banned spell. Wish is also
Oh, it plays music?
a banned spell. What plays music?
It's a banned spell.
All right, guys. So we're gonna end the session there. I think that's enough D&D. It was a good time. BANNED. Resurrection. Imprisonment. Let's see. What do we have in terms of imprisonment? I don't even know that one.
I'm pretty sure I just sorted by max level and scrolled down.
Oh, you're telling me these are all
Dang.
9th level? Oh my god.
I think Resurrection is like 7th or something.
True Resurrection, I think, is, yeah.
Imprisonment is 9th level. Time stop is definitely in here. Not something you can cast, but it's something described. It's actually in a similar section. It uses a lot of overlap magic with delayed spells. Whole section on time manipulation.
So to confirm what you were saying, because you said that if we want to copy down any one of these, it's an hour per level.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Is anyone else doing anything while all of this information is dumped onto the floor? I think 15 more minutes have passed, so Meteor is feeling a lot better.
Was there anything about regular old Resurrection?
Well, there are some texts describing necromancy. Are you looking in history or the actual spell section?
I guess the actual spell section.
Alright, in terms of...
I was looking for a scroll, but...
Scroll, they're a little bit harder to come by. There are no scrolls of resurrection that you can find. There are lots of descriptions about necromancy and rules about what necromancy is and is not allowed. Most of it is not allowed.
Only the ones that heal, I'm guessing.
Pretty much. Not necessarily, but because some necromancies are kind of tame, but others are like, it's a little morally ooh.
While we're doing all of this studying, Malachi is just kind of gonna suggest we find a place to set up as like a base of operations for the meantime, like somewhere.
Well,
So we're not just out in the open when he returns, inevitably.
We got to go in after him. I mean, we're not gonna let him rest.
I think if it gets to like half an hour, I'm probably gonna try and
It's been
call
like
a meeting.
at least
It
an
has
hour.
been half an hour, I think.
It has been half an hour.
Okay, well,
Pretty much
before it gets like to an hour, I'm gonna call a meeting just to like decide if we should use was it Queen of Hearts? Queen of Fate.
You may have an interesting time with that. But we'll get there when we get there.
Hey, what does the library have to say about getting a long rest in the space of a short rest?
impossible. It can't be done.
Dang it.
Unless,
It totally can be.
Unless you have a spell. Because I think there are actually spells that do that.
Well, I know catnap gives you like a.
Oh,
A
I
short
put it on
rest.
the list. Did I actually put it on the list? Because there was one I really wanted. Gosh, I don't think I put it in there. A magic mansion or something.
Magic Mansion? Oh. What the heck? I'm supposed to know all this? I don't know none of this. That's not even on my list.
What do you mean?
It's not on my spell list.
It's definitely a spell.
It's not on
Magnificent
my list.
Mansion?
I don't know.
Yeah, you definitely have it. It's just.
Magnificent Mansion.
Yeah, that.
Ah, okay. Extra dimensional dwelling that lasts for the duration. You choose the entrance. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's in here.
I'm looking for that
Well, it's in here.
too.
It's one of the most complicated spells you've ever seen recorded.
Uh-huh.
So, 7 hours. Give me 7 hours, you got it.
Yeah, well, we'll have to deal with that after we deal with the dragon.
Correct.
So do cantrips take half an hour or a full hour?
That's a good question. I would just keep them at a full hour.
Okay.
Cantrips are great.
All right. So I guess if Parts is calling a meeting,
Where would the meeting take place?
well, all of us are reading books in the one area, so
Except Zephyr, he's in the history area. He's in the history area reading Chronicles of Diabella.
and he is. Let me tell you, he's having a good time reading that. She's an interesting character.
He's gotten to the part where she describes attempting to commune with a sorcerer, but she found their magic to be incompatible and incomprehensible.
He does not like that part.
And it was infuriating to her because the sorcerer just did things but had no understanding of what they were doing. But she was gloating that she was more powerful than her. She tried to get him to understand wizardry, and he was having none of it. And so she thought that for a chance she may be able to learn through all different types of magic since her master had been.
It's not supposed to be she was more powerful than him. That just that she knew more stuff.
No, she literally was far more powerful than him. Because she had gotten to the point where she not only understood some of the druidic magic that she had learned from the druid who she did not name.
Makes sense.
But also
Okay.
from her master. And she began breaking down some of the walls as she understood how druidic magic interacted with the weave.
Well, he's gonna come over once he sees everyone kind of like gathering.
I mean, he definitely wouldn't because this is a 20-foot wall. So you could maybe hear people, but...
Okay. Just gonna cast message and be like, "Hey, come on over."
Yeah, that works. Alright, so is this our little meeting circle in the center of our spell area? Is there anyone we're missing? Vesper? Oh yeah, Block looked up and Meteor. Still being
Can
healed.
Meteor make it over?
I mean, he can. He's doing alright now. You got his legs paired up if that's enough. He's at,
Just
like,
hop on his
half
back and keep casting as he carries you over.
health. Yeah, just do that. Anyone can carry you, it's him. Oh yeah, here's Dryad in the corner hiding.
Is my armor lighter now? That's
Where
worse.
is no.
Where's okay?
Yeah, no, it's the same weight.
Yeah. I think everyone's here. I think the whole gang's here.
Except for Bill.
Yeah, well, Bill's a pile of bones on the floor, so.
Can we really quickly do something for his body? Like, just.
I don't know. It's your call.
Just, out of respect or something. Just, like.
Oh, you mean that puddle?
There might not be anything left. I mean, he's probably entirely melted with acid.
Well, he's frozen, so it's like,
No, he wasn't.
maybe the bones are still kind of in shape.
No.
I thought he was right on the edge of the ice.
No, I mean, no. The ice is there because somebody threw an ice ball, but that's after he was dissolved by the acid. That's just the acid that's on the floor after it dissolved Bill into nothing.
So
Oh yeah, he was dead
in
before I
puddle.
do the I did the ice ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
You should make his character icon bigger to represent that he has been spread out across the floor a little bit.
Stop.
No. I won't do that. Alright, so what's happening with this meeting?
Right.
I didn't call this
I
meeting.
don't know. What are we doing? Why are we doing this?
All right, Potts. What have you got to say?
Well, we don't want him to escape, no?
No, we don't.
So, why don't we just use this, and I hold up the card. It lets any outcome be reversed.
Does it work like that? It says walked up.
No, it doesn't. That's specific. I actually roll history. See if you actually recall that.
Okay, to be clear, you're not wearing the Ring of Meta Knowledge, right?
Correct. Baltham got a 9.
Alright.
And I got a
See-
9.
Okay.
When he just answered like that, my heart sunk.
That ring isn't on unless I specifically say it's on.
That's true. So you specifically recall Sedgwick saying that the Queen of Fate can only be used as a reaction to an event, and it must act very quickly. And your request also has to be accepted by the Queen.
I think it's too late part. I think like
Look,
when the
you
dragon
never said
escaped.
anything about it being accepted by a queen.
Well, you know, the Queen is me, so it gives you a little meta knowledge.
Oh, you're so
Okay.
pretty.
Okay, shoot. Go ahead, girl.
Uh-oh.
You are no
Alright, let's cut that from the recording. It's
Put
gonna
that
be
in the
weaponized
soundboard.
against me forever.
Yes. Yes.
So-
Well, I'm the queen, so
The queen is me.
the queen is me.
That's
so-
actually kind of a legendary soundbite. Yeah, this
Right.
playing
Well,
card,
we've
when
all
used
said
as
it.
a reaction, can reverse the outcome of any event to its nearest opposite.
Okay, I'm worried that if you use the card, then we're all gonna be dead and the dragon will be fine. You know, like how specific can you get with it?
I think it's up to what prompt I give.
Perhaps. But I don't trust much of the Feywild or magic items. Always feels like they have a little bit of a mean streak to them. Like, have you ever heard of the monkey's paw? Kind of feels like that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess. But,
So in this magic area, we don't see anything at all. Like this is just scrolls. It's nothing to do with like this archive or anything at all. That have been where Zephyr was.
I don't even know what that question was. What are you asking?
I'm saying because we're over. I'm saying this area where we are. Like, where was it just scrolls, or was there any information about like the archive itself? Like,
This is not history, this is all spells. So it's spell
So,
descriptions,
yeah,
spell histories, spell scrolls.
Okay, no, that's what I was asking. If that would have been where Zephyr was.
Zephyr was in the History of Elvendom section, which has more long-winded descriptions of magic histories. So there's some overlap, but not much. All of the historical stuff in here is immediately pertinent to specific spells, or is written by specific wizards as spell handbooks, essentially, or wizards' aids. Like 7 shortcuts to improve your cantrip speed. Like, stuff like that would be here.
Nerd.
But then, when you have stuff like the history of Blade Ward, that's in the nerd section.
Yeah, no, I guess just specifically looking for things about this archive.
You can attempt to look for that. That would be in the history of Elvendom section. Potentially in the magic arts, or what was the other section? Where is it? I have too many freaking documents.
Yeah, just looking for that because I just want to figure out if there's some way we can figure out what's going on with that section that we can't get past.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll investigation.
Um,
Making your way over to the history
I was gonna say Sun's gonna go as well. So can I roll with advantage or no?
Why would you roll with advantage?
Because he has two characters and they're helping each other.
Oh. Okay.
Corruption goes to the top.
Corruption does go to the top. And I'm the
Whoa.
You already said you were the queen, so I guess.
top. I'm the queen and the top.
Okay, those don't have to be separate things.
Who's the bottom?
Anybody?
Guys, he's talking about the initial D song.
Of course.
From the bottom to the top. The first time I
He said bottom.
Rise like an eagle and strike like a hawk.
Demonetized.
Immediately. Ken, whatever his name is gonna come in and kill me with a shotgun. Alright, did you roll your investigation, little man?
17.
17. Okay. With the combined efforts of Zephyr and Malachi combing the history sections and the use of a ladder, you guys begin perusing the upper shelves. These books are somewhat alphabetized, but seem to have been slowly de-alphabetized and strewn about. Hasn't been kept the greatest care of. Some of these sections, books are strewn about a little bit sloppily, some partially open. Of course, none of them destroyed, because they're all being kept in perfect condition by the protection of Yor. But clearly, you're not the only one who's been reading. In your investigation, you notice a book that has been tucked away to the very back of the shelf, hidden behind a row of other history books that all appear to be various encyclopedias. Pulling out the book, it has a well-worn cover, apparently worn upon entering the archives, and no title. Opening it up, you read a dialect of Elvish that is unintelligible to you.
Oh wait, hold up. Dang it! Did I do this or no?
I don't know.
I may actually have a yes. Malachi has Eyes of the Rune Keeper. He can read all writing.
Oh wow!
Yeah, boy.
All right, is that an ability or a?
Yes, it's an Eldritch Invocation.
Oh my gosh! Okay, little warlock.
I love that.
So, seeing a connection between the runes and focusing your vision reveals an ancient script that has been encrypted by some form of magic. But peering beyond it, you begin to read what is apparently a diary of the construction, creation, and history of the archives. Written by someone who proclaims himself to be just the Master. The Master begins his tale by describing the surroundings that begin the construction of the archives. It was an extremely prosperous time for the Eladrin, who had just come off the heels of several centuries of trying to figure out what in the world they were going to do with their civilization, and after a great disaster struck them that they have not yet fully recovered from. Generations of trauma had been carried down, and the elves had yet to exit a mode of nomadicism. And so they trekked the Feywild, eventually landing on this island, which they named Mandril, after a species of wild monkey that they found inhabiting the Feywild, one that they found to be quite voracious and terrifying, and quickly, very quickly, exterminated. But the name stuck around and allegedly somehow made its way to the material plane. But that's not a story the author knows or pretends to care about. He goes on saying, at some point, though he's not sure how, as he was only around for the 200 years or so exiting the nomadic period, that his fathers established like his forefathers rather, had established a reigning kingdom after this period of nomadicism that finally alleviated a lot of the issues they had. They tamed a solid chunk of the Feywild. They regained a lot of their architectural prowess, and they began consolidating their knowledge that they had a significant amount of trouble carrying with them physically, carrying their scrolls, their knowledge, and their rights. And so for the longest time, they didn't use books. They just carried scrolls because they were lighter, easier, more efficient, just easier to carry in every way, and assemble and construct on the go. And one of the first things that happened when they settled down was all of this knowledge was consolidated into books. And those books were held in a great library. But that library, when this author, the master, was young, burned down, resulting in a massive amount of knowledge being lost. And this resulted in two major changes that he said completely changed Elvendom over the next several hundred years. One, it was an architectural style relying much more on stonework and much less on wood, which resulted in actually a further divide from the Wood Elves and the Eladrin, who just culturally splintered further and further away. And then also resulted in magic being learned to protect items of incredible value. And by the time the master had grown up to the age of 300 or so, much had been done to protect these works, and the master joined on as an apprentice in assisting in the protection of these ancient rites, tomes, and this library. And it was at this time that the king began constructing a crypt. And the king at that time hollowed out a massive segment of mountain that was designed to be a tomb for kings long past, a treasure hoard, as well as its own library. And as this giant segment of rock was hewn out largely by magical means and accelerated in construction and meticulously planned over the course of a century, by the time the master was 400, much of the bones of what was to be called the archives had been hollowed out. And at that point, over those 100 years, he rose to a fair position of prominence in the construction and council of creating these archives. But he had also witnessed any number of horrors that his own people had committed. He writes down that this history had to be encrypted because it was for many, many years considered forbidden knowledge to be sealed off and not publicly disclosed. But that the leaders of Elvendom had been the most assertive and warrior-like in the fallout of the Calamity of Two, and that line of kings had continued. But what it meant is that those individuals in the seats of power were some of the most paranoid and neurotic leaders that Elvendom had ever seen. So they simultaneously led the elves into a glory of conquest and unstoppable magic, but also of incredible suffering and cruelty, not just to other Eladrin, but to other beings who they would dare see as threats to them. And it ultimately culminated in a library being constructed out of living beings and hewn in the archives, which at that time was still being called the Crypt. One of those living beings was a silver dragon who claimed to be a ward of Bahamut and came to warn the elves that they had fallen from their grace and that if they did not correct their course, then their god would bring judgment upon them. And the master recalled witnessing these very words spoken from the silver dragon and knowing in his gut that his leaders would not heed them. So what he began to do was act out of a sense of urgency to ensure that he could protect the knowledge that had been acquired, but also the beings that would inevitably be imprisoned here. And because he was in the inner circle, he made himself indispensable to the completion of the archives. One of the things that gave him this indispensability was he created the protection of Yor. one of the 2 great seals that locks away all of the magic items in the archives. He refuses to divulge how he came up with such a spell, but comments that he's surprised no one else had figured it out, and that perhaps everyone was just blinded by their own hubris, as he's not the genius that many think he is. But that being said, he still refuses to give up his secret and says if anyone figures it out one day, they'll be the ones meant to figure it out. He describes the wrapping up of the archives as a period of great chaos. As the Silver Dragon was sealed in the archives, the ward was locked off, and other powerful beings were conquered. Each of them were escalating in their severity, and prophets of spring proclaimed them to be judgments from the Creator. The most notable of which was a phoenix that came and burned the very stonework that the elves thought would never be penetrable by fires again. But this warning sign was not enough, and instead the elves dug themselves further into the construction of the archives, eventually conquering and sealing the phoenix in the unfinished archives themselves. During this time, the protection of yore had been used to ensure that writings could be preserved in separate wings of the archives, and knowledge had been compiled and saved, including some that was forbidden, much that was forbidden. And the master was not pleased with this, but knew that he still had a part to play. It eventually came that the final judgment of the Creator revealed itself upon the completion of the archives, and the 2 events coincided. A black dragon arrived, an unstoppable force of nature. He's one who had been restrained by the ward of Bahamut, and he claimed that he had come to claim his territory now that his mortal enemy was defeated, and he formed an alliance with the remaining kings, the Summer Eladrin, and he claimed that their alliance would be long-lasting and beneficial and yada yada. But what actually ended up happening is, as the Black Dragon reigned the kingdom as a thanks and guarantee of prosperity to the elves in the land who had captured his mortal enemy, the land began to warp and become further and further cursed by this black dragon. And the master, who had only escaped with his life by the strongest spells known to conceal his presence as he quietly exited Elvendom, lamented that he could not do more, but instead sealed his knowledge in the archives and forever departed, leaving what he knew only to his heir, a spirit owl, upon which he imparted a fragment of his consciousness to maintain the library. He refuses to give his name, but says that the owl will be named Sedgwick and will be the last guardian for those attempting to enter the archives. And then essentially he says that so far as he understands, the prophets of spring have guaranteed that the reign of this dragon will be 400 years, and at the end of that time, he may return to see if the reign of the dragon is truly over, should he not be dead or indisposed. But that for now he will leave his diary in the hopes that even if no one reads it, he will have accounted for his doings.
Can we say I was reading that out loud?
Yes.
Okay. Because I'm not repeating all of that.
You got a 17 on investigation?
Yeah.
When the master was describing the fact that he was surprised that others hadn't deduced the means by which he had enabled the protection of everything in the archives at that power and enabled the protection of Yor, yes. Much of the system he describes seems to have overlap with that of the magic barrier and the pearls. And so you wonder if they are in fact one and the same system, but applied wholeheartedly differently. And that understanding one is the secret to understanding the other.
Got it. Cool. I'm going to, okay. And nothing has triggered the alarm so far, right?
Nope.
Okay.
While they were doing that, could I just be running around grabbing every scroll I find? Just any and every spell scroll?
Yep. I'll write down what you get later.
Alright.
So, question: you said we can't take these.
What?
We can't take these out of the archives.
According to the seal of Yore, nothing can be removed from the archives.
Okay.
The Master does not claim to have made the seal. The seal was made by another great magician.
Mm-hmm. But the protection of Yore was made by the Master.
Correct.
Alright, so we have Vesper stand next to the seal of Yore with his anti-magic. And we bring everything out.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Mhm.
I said earlier I have a plan on how we might get stuff out of here. That's exactly it.
Yeah. Can I call for Frizz and just kind of like try to, with Wizard and the other spellcasters who are here, can we like collectively try to like study the pearl?
Study the pearl that Frizz has?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I think this would be an Arcana roll.
Mm-hmm. Wizard might have the highest Arcana, I think.
Marshmana. Oh yeah, I got an 8.
What a hero.
Roll with advantage. Maybe. If it pleases DM.
Yeah, sure.
I got 24.
Okay. Wizard, are you familiar with the spell Arcane Lock?
He's heard of it.
Spell. Let's say that in your reading you stumbled upon it, and you read a little bit about how Arcane Lock works. The way that Arcane Lock works is that it magically locks an object. And it can only be suppressed by the spell Knock for 10 minutes. But that otherwise, Arcane Lock is extremely difficult to break because it is locked magically. You can even set up a password that suppresses the spell. There are several variations of how this magic has been developed. And the elves have innovated one that neglects a password and any other form of opening, but instead assigns a physical key. And it alludes to the fact that there is a separate spell that can allow you to create a key for an arcane lock. This pearl
Is it
seems
called
like
Arcane Key?
This maybe. This pearl seems like an arcane key, but you haven't seen anything describing such a spell for crafting the key itself.
Knock, you say?
Knock can suspend an arcane lock, but only weaker arcane locks.
So I suppose as we're like studying this, is there some way to see like the similarity between what's going on with this pearl and what we noticed with the barrier?
Potentially. No, it's a little bit of an odd question. The similarity between the pearl and the barrier where the darkness is?
Yeah, like for example, like if I get the like, is it like abjuration magic? Is it?
Well, we're rolling off of a 24 Arcana, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's likely some form of evocation magic. Reason being, the magic systems at play here seem to be a combination of some kind of arcane lock and wall of force. Wall of force, as you know, creates a magical barrier. Arcane lock creates magical lock. Essentially, what's been created here is a spell that allows you to create a barrier with a metaphorical lock that can be broken by an arcane key.
Interesting.
All of this, I believe, is evocation. evocation and some abjuration.
That's what I
It's a
figured.
mixture
Okay.
of evocation and abjuration magic
Okay.
combined
Does-
into one spell.
Is there a scroll of dispel magic anywhere?
There are instructions on how to cast Dispel Magic and the rules of what it works with and experimentations of those who've cast Dispel Magic. The
Bob can
section,
just do it.
the section of scrolls for it is notably empty. But yes, Blockletop can just do it.
Bet.
Bob's not here though. He's fixing Meteor.
Sure. At this point, it's probably been like an hour, maybe. So Meteor's probably fixed. Mostly. I can give him 30 more hit points.
Yay.
He's at
Could I-
63 out of 75.
Wow.
Bob's gonna go find the others.
Okay. Taking Meteor.
Where are you
63
guys?
hit points. Is everyone traveling in a herd at this point, I presume?
It's a big mega clump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How long has it been since the dragon fled?
1 hour.
An hour.
Okay.
So I've attuned to the staff at this point.
Probably. Well, I don't know if have you been focusing on it for an hour? Seems like you've been doing a lot of other stuff. I mean, it's not exactly like you've been sitting with the staff going, oh, yes, staff. You've been, like, reading and
No.
walking and talking.
This is true. This is true.
So, probably got, like, 15 minutes down.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, in the D&D movie, he had tuned just by punching a guy in the face. Why can't we do
I know
that?
that's right.
Because this
You
is
would
real
be-
life. This isn't movies.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Here we play by the rules.
Yes, sir.
The rules for
Okay.
ending? Who cares?
Yeah. Okay. Well, if Bloppletup could attempt to cast Dispel Magic
On the
on that
Laptop can give it one single try.
What are you casting Dispel Magic on?
I'm thinking on the barrier,
Okay.
You
but
only got one shot at it.
Be careful, there's an anti-magic field right in front of the barrier.
Yeah, and in reading it, we didn't see anything about the anti-magic. Unless there was a book that, let's see.
Nope. There are descriptions of anti-magic here. But they're separate readings.
Ding. Okay.
Ah, crap. Poop. Garbage.
So wait, can I confirm something? So was he saying the dragon was killed and was buried here?
He didn't specify. He just said it was captured and held in like a stasis. But the word death is not used.
Okay. Alright. I guess we should read the anti-magic thing before he wastes his spells.
Okay. So, perusing the library of the schools of magic for descriptions on anti-magic, you are immediately sucked into an intellectual wormhole of death. Make an intelligence saving throw.
Everybody who's there, or just
No, anyone who's reading the text, which is probably just you.
yeah.
it's not me.
Or you and Wizard.
Yeah, I guess. What'd you say? Intelligence?
Mm-hmm.
Saving
10.
throw?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
10.
Alright, it gets to the point where things get so theoretical and long-winded that your brain just starts to melt. So, there are apparently any number of interactions that make anti-magic particularly volatile to deal with. All that you can walk away with before your brain just is at its limit is that there are more exceptions to anti-magic than there are rules. So the novice wizard or apprentice who understands anti-magic or can create an anti-magic field may think it's as simple as, well, no magic can enter this barrier. But that's actually not how it works at all. And the more deeply involved you get in understanding it, the more complicated it gets, to the part where a section of the book begins describing magic particles as having their own individuality in interacting in a anti-magic field, and how anti-magic fields just redirected, blah, blah, blah. It gets super theoretical about what is called the weave, and immediately overwhelming. Like, you are not at a depth of understanding enough as a wizard to be able to comprehend what this text is theorizing on. This is a very high-level text.
Okay.
Good.
There's a lot of mumbo jumbo. Let's try casting the spell magic.
Remember, one try.
So right for that. All right, is Plopotop walking like 400 feet over? Yeah.
Well,
Down the long,
what?
echoing.
Wait, no, I mean is we go with him.
Okay. You're all going
No.
with him.
Let's go. The herd moves on.
All right.
Oh no, I get more than one try. Never mind.
Woo!
I thought it was fourth
More than
level,
one
this is third
try.
level.
More than one try.
All right. So the entire horde is descending upon the segment.
Yeah.
Alright, how could we figure out the edge of this anti-magic field?
Lopata puts on his blindfold, and if it stops working, he knows he's at the edge.
You
There
walk
you
over
go.
A crack or a solid line in the stonework, and suddenly your blind sight disappears.
He takes a step back.
The blind sight reappears.
Okay, so it's right here.
This border, it's the gray.
Understood. Do you have enough range?
Spell magic is 120 feet.
Yeah.
Black Temple Cat.
Wait, Aries gonna cast. Well, I don't know if that makes sense.
Actually, you all should roll initiative, I think.
Okay.
You said what?
Methinks you
Great.
should roll initiative.
I still have our old initiative written down.
Don't worry, I'm
Want
on
that?
I do too. Well, we could use our old initiative. Do you want to just use our old initiative?
I don't know.
Slightly better than my
You know
current
what? Here's
initiative.
what we're gonna do. Anyone who wants to re-roll initiative, go ahead.
Can I pick between my characters?
I don't have the numbers written down. I just have the
I have
orders.
the
so I don't.
numbers. Zephyr's
Oh, there you go.
22, Kingy's 21, Frizz is 19, Vesper is 17, Meteor 15, Wizard 13, Parts 12, Malachi 8, Loppletup 7, Dragon 7, Rain 6, Dariah 5.
And then he seems
I'll
to
just keep my characters at the same
You
thing.
know, one of them's dead, so I removed him from the order, but you know.
This would be the perfect time.
Well, Parts re-rolled and it was worse, so we'll just keep his 12. Rain just got a 19. I'll take that re-roll. And I guess I'll re-roll for Dariah, who got worse than a 5. Amazing. Okay.
Wizard got a 23.
Wow.
Ignore Blobblethup's new one.
Wizard is now at the top of the turn order.
Look at
Which
that
is
guy.
where things get funny. Let's see. I guess I'll just throw it out there. Out of the darkness walks an anti-air. What?
A what?
An anti-aircraft gun. It's
Whoa!
an animated armor. An
It's him.
animated armor walks out
The
of
anti-Dewey
darkness.
Decimal System.
Notably, it makes no sound until its foot steps outside of the darkness, phasing through the magic barrier. Vesper, you notice a dark claw pulling something off of the animated armor as it recedes into the darkness. The animated armor is left on the other side of the barrier.
I see. So it had a key on it, and it no longer does.
23, Wizard, you're up.
Wizard doesn't know what to do.
So is that the dragon's name?
What?
Wait,
What? What's the dragon's name?
never mind. I'm actually brain dead.
Okay.
You thought Double A was the dragon's name?
What? Dark?
Ah!
naming enemies in my D&D campaign based off of size of batteries.
No, I like that. A bunch of
This is D-Cell.
Artificers animated armor. This is 9-volt, AAA, AA. Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Can the animated armor even do anything to us? Isn't there an
watch out,
anti-magic
here comes
field
lead
between us
acid.
and it?
Well, this is where it gets funny. Some animated armor is affected by anti-magic. Stronger animated armors ignore anti-magic. Look it up. It's real.
Wizards.
No, I remembered that. Yeah. I thought it was the opposite way. I was like, oh yeah.
Super weird. All right, what's
I knew
doing?
the interaction was weird.
So wait, Trevor, I forget something. The Zara spear. How does the magic missile work on the spear?
You just cast it. It's got 1 charge per long rest.
Oh, okay.
It's just first level magic missile. It sucks, but I mean it's better than nothing.
Yeah, he's gonna cast his first level spear magic missile at it.
Okay. Well.
I'm gonna roll that as a. There we go. Blah, blah. I got it 2. I got it 2.
Okay.
I got a 5. That's it. Ignore the last one. I'm assuming these all hit the anti-magic and disappear.
Yes. Now go.
Knows how to buy a mobile suit.
All right. Anything else?
Wizard's gonna move down.
All right, Zephyr.
What if I doubled up the anti-magic field, turned on mine, and then stood next to double anti-magic?
Okay.
If that does something.
Am I just like soap bubbles where they just form one bigger anti-magic?
Said we had been able to take a short rest, correct?
Yep.
I'll make sure
We'll
this
get
do anything for me.
inverted anti-magic where it gets stronger from the stacking. -1 times -1 is is 1. So
Well, I don't know. They failed the intelligence save, so we'll never know. Guys, it's 912 on 912.
whoa!
Well, you know what that means.
A second.
Okay, hold on. Zephyr's going to
Yeah.
cast frostbite on it.
Cast frostbite. It dissolves
he's
into the
back.
anti-magic.
He just saw a wizard cast 3 magic missile bolts.
You know what? You know what Zephyr did, but John zoned out. Zephyr, you should have told me, man. I was not paying
I
attention.
thought it would have worked the second time.
Well, he ain't got no weapons or nothing either, so he's gonna, yeah. What's that, gray bar behind us? Is that some on the floor, or is that,
The gray bar behind you is just an engraving on the floor.
okay. Just gonna step back a bit.
Alright. Well, Frizz, he's just gonna open fire. Well, that's a whiff. Well, that's a whiff. And that's a hit! Yeah! Alright, I get to do 1 billion damage to it. Let's see. What I got? Got 1, 2, whack! So that's gonna be, it's gonna be 18. That's gonna be 24 damage, some piercing, and some fire. In which case, what do we have? No damage resistance, as you say, so you take full damage. The animated armor staggers back, and it's got some health left. It begins to petrify, and that is the end of Frizz's turn, which means now it is Rain. And Rain is not going to charge forward. He's just going to hurl stones at it from a sling. And that's... No, that does hit. Okay, wait. We can actually do this here. Oh yeah, I can also roll right here. And look at that. It's dead. Loser.
Wow.
Alright, so the animated armor crumbles into partially a stone mist and partially what's remaining of the armor just falls on the ground. its sword clanking as it does. After not too much of an event, but Rain being extremely on edge, something is hurled from the darkness, and it is a plate, a silver plate that clanks on the ground, and upon impacting the ground, the plate exclaims, "There are many more where that came from."
He's throwing his Tinker Toys at us.
What a nerd.
I'm just gonna try to dispel magic on the thing.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I just realized the plate wouldn't have said anything because of anti-magic.
Oh.
So, you know what? Never mind. We forgot. So, you know, a silver plate just clinks on the ground.
Oh, look! A plate!
It does the like.
So you're gonna try to dispel magic?
Yeah.
Doesn't
At the
work.
third level. All right.
You can feel the power drain from you and immediately get absorbed by the field.
It didn't work.
Damn.
Hey. What are we meant to do?
That's crazy.
Can I go try to read that anti-magic book?
You go back and read it? Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Make an intelligence saving throw. Anyone else enjoying
14.
Vesper?
It's halfway between 9 and 11. Why did that happen? It didn't land on one.
Can I check the lever?
You may. You gonna try to open it? Or
I just want to look at it and see if there's anything there.
Okay. From what you see, there doesn't seem to be much of note, although it's a fairly gaudy contraption, white and gold. Doesn't seem to be any noticeable cracks or mechanisms visible. Very clean. Alright, Frizz walks up behind you and says, "I don't like what's going on. We're being taunted. If we don't do something, he's gonna come back and play with us again."
I think we should take a long rest.
Shouldn't.
I'm sorry, Frizz. I don't know what you think we've been doing for the last hour. We're trying to.
Steam.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't see you reading any books.
Ooh, burn.
Are you sure about that? You didn't ask what he was doing. Now you're just gonna tell me what he didn't do?
No, well, I will, and then he can tell me I was reading books.
I was reading books.
Okay, now I believe you. So what did you find out, Frizz?
Nothing of use.
Hmm.
There must be a more tangible answer to all of this. I doubt you're gonna find hidden secrets in books written by dead men.
First of all, that's disrespectful.
Who? The dead man.
Dead
What if we honestly, and I feel this might, I promise this isn't from a purely selfish place.
Says the most selfish thing known to man.
This isn't from a selfish place, but I have a wife, and you know.
What if we found Silver Dragon?
What if?
Well, it's been around here long enough. It may have an understanding of things that we're struggling to have a grasp on.
From what you've read out loud, it hasn't been active very much. If it's even alive.
True. What if we just like shot a crossbow into the darkness? It won't go, right? Because it hits that barrier, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So we need
I have some
else.
ideas, but I'm reading a book or something right now.
What you reading?
I was reading that book. I did the 14 check. Did it do it?
Oh, right. You got a little bit farther than them. The problem is there are a lot of terms that they do not define, that they assume that you already know. And one of the terms is entanglement. They keep referring to entanglement and disentanglement, or de-entanglement.
Do I see Idiot's Guide to Entanglement laying around anywhere?
I know that's right.
No, but you can peruse for similar source materials that cover the base concepts.
I'll do that.
Okay. You find a book that is just called Nature of the Weave. And it describes magic with a grand metaphor of a tapestry made of different threads. And the means by which these threads are manipulated are the means by which different schools of magic operate. And one of the key terms, later on in the book skimming through, is entanglement. And entanglement refers to the ways that strands of the weave, in other words, these long chains that can contain or possess a sort of magical element, are manipulated, and how they affect the ability of spells to be cast, and different spells' effects on interacting with those strands of the weave. Antimagic has a specific effect on the entanglement of the weave, to the point where I believe that it essentially tangles the weave to a point. Well, there are two views, because it's theorized. All of this now you have gone into theory mode, because as I've said, the weave is a grand metaphor for an actual real thing that cannot be physically observed. There are two competing theories. One is that anti-magic entangles the weave to the point that any other magic attempting to manipulate it is stopped, because each strand of the weave is already entangled and enveloped by the anti-magic, essentially making an anti-magic not real anti-magic, but just something that consumes every strand of the weave, such that nothing else can latch onto it or manipulate it.
So it just oversaturates it locally?
Correct. That's one theory.
Gotcha.
The other theory is that the weave itself is physically moved such that no strands of the weave can be directly accessed or manipulated within a specific area of whatever plane of existence you are on. Meaning that anti-magic sort of just creates a hole in the weave, making it so that no strand is accessible. So these are two competing and completely opposite theories. One is called the theory of entanglement, which is where every strand of the weave is absorbed and oversaturated. And the other is the theory of de-entanglement, where every strand of the weave is rerouted around the area such that none can be pulled. Going back to your source material, roll again, as you now have advantage.
18.
Bird. There you go.
You don't understand magic, but the good news is this is not written like a magic book. This is written like a scholar describing a metaphor, and you know metaphors. And the weave is becoming less and less strange to you as it follows a very clear system of rules. Anti-magic is a nightmare, because what this author is suggesting is something called the quantum weave. And his theory is that both the theory of entanglement and de-entanglement can be true at the same time. Some anti-magic fields use the principle of entanglement. Wizards who create this variation of spell oversaturate the area such that no other magic can be drawn from it. This is actually the weaker of the two, because it's extremely difficult to oversaturate areas that are particularly potent with the weave. The more strands available in an area, the harder it is to entangle. On the other hand, spells that de-entangle are then likewise the most powerful spells, because they interact with the weave in a way like nothing else, and that they push it away. This is how most people intuitively understand the way that anti-magic works, but this scholar theorizes that that's not actually the case, and that most magic, for example the spell Antimagic Field, what began all of this research, actually uses the principle of entanglement, whereas only advanced iterations of the same spell, discovered by some other wizards, use the principle of de-entanglement, rerouting the strands of the weave such that no magic is even accessible. Here's where it gets complicated, and this is where the others also got lost. The weave is not only locked to physical locations, but can be imbued into physical things, meaning magic items themselves can carry strands of the weave, such as an anti-magic amulet. The anti-magic amulet has long been a paradox in that it is a magical item that performs a magical task that removes magic from the area. The way that the author describes this as being a possibility, at least in one theoretical case, is that the anti-magic item itself possesses strands of the weave that are entangled innately with the magic of the item. Some form of spell creates an entanglement that results in that amulet being magical. The effect of the spell of that entanglement is that that entanglement causes a further entanglement, creating this saturation of the weave. This is still the weaker version of the anti-magic field. So essentially, a small pocket of entanglement generates a larger pocket of entanglement, creating oversaturation, and therefore preventing any other spells from being cast in the weave. Here's the problem. If a stronger anti-magic field that redirects and de-entangles the weave is introduced to a weaker anti-magic field that oversaturates the weave, then when that item, for example, would enter this stronger anti-magic field, all strands of the weave that are entangled will be de-entangled, canceling that form of anti-magic, and resulting in the stronger form of anti-magic prevailing. What this means is you need something that either cancels the de-entanglement or otherwise overpowers it. But none of the anti-magic fields that largely exist in wizardry are powerful enough to do this. Instead, what has been created is a de-entanglement key. And a de-entanglement key is something that resonates with the frequency created by a de-entanglement quantum field that, instead of being repulsed by the anti-magic, synergizes with it and allows it to be ignored. This doesn't necessarily allow you to cast spells or dispel the magic or anything else. What it simply does is it allows you to bypass the anti-magic, and likewise can be used as a key for the metaphorical lock of the weave. You follow all that?
I think so. So if it serves as what's the point of a key if it doesn't let you cast anything?
I got it.
The
But
key...
just tell me the whole thing again. I wasn't listening.
Okay, yeah. So, the point of the key is that it's not unlocking magic per se, but that it's allowing you to circumvent the anti-magic, which are two different things. So, it's one thing, for example, like let's say that there is an anti-magic field that causes de-entanglement. What the author is saying is that if you have a key that resonates with that, it will allow you to bypass that anti-magic to the extent that the entanglement can somewhat take place. But this is theoretical. Like, no such key exists, he's saying. It's possible, but that no key has been created that can quite literally re-enable entanglement from this stronger anti-magic field that creates de-entanglement. So if a key were created that were strong enough, theoretically it could enable entanglement to take place, but that's a theoretical item.
So theoretically, this key would turn off one anti-magic field, so you could turn on another.
Potentially.
Is that?
But if what it seems like it's saying is the de-entanglement process would stop, meaning strands of the weave would be accessible for other magic. That other magic could be an anti-magic field that uses the principle of entanglement to saturate the weave. Or it could be another spell.
Okay. So you could, if you had the key, you could cast?
Theoretically.
Okay.
The section goes on to describe other theoretical applications. For example, there are different forms of keys that could be created to do this. Would this synergization be possible? So this entire theory is called the theory of synergization, which is the idea that you can have one form of magic affect the weave in a similar but inverse way that another form of magic affects the weave, sort of nullifying it. And that theoretical key was theorized by this philosopher in the context of anti-magic fields, but he believes that it has application outside of the context of anti-magic fields. For example, in the context of magic barriers. Such that a magic barrier could be created with a certain synergization key that could be nullified by an opposite, or a synergization lock that could be nullified by an opposite synergized key.
That's what's going on with like the wall, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You have now realized this has all been pieced together, and that not as much of this is theoretical as it seems.
Gotcha. So theoretically, there's a key somewhere that would let us cast within that anti-magic field.
Maybe. This is where it gets complicated. So, there's an anti-magic field. Based on what this text is describing, there are two types of anti-magic fields, an entanglement field and a de-entanglement field. You don't know which one it is. Your approach depends on which one it is. After you pass either the entanglement or de-entanglement field, there is a magic barrier. That magic barrier likewise would have to use some form of entanglement, and if it uses an arcane lock with a certain synergization, you would need a key that could cancel that synergization. Now, if you had something that allowed you to cast in the anti-magic field or otherwise ignored it, such that a key could be used with a synergization frequency that allows you to match that of the arcane lock, then you could pass through the gate.
What?
Yes.
I think I rolled like one under the intelligence save in real life. Like I got most of that, but I'm not piecing it together.
Should I open MS Paint?
Oh god.
Okay. So there's entanglement and disentanglement, and
Entanglement, yep.
whatever. Who cares? The field is one. My amulet is one. My amulet's the entanglement kind, which oversaturates the local area. The de-entanglement one pushes all the strands away so that no magic can connect to them.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
A key could be made. A de-entanglement key would allow you to bypass an entanglement field?
Yes. With a process called synergization.
Is there an entanglement key that would allow you to bypass a de-entanglement field? I guess it would be the anti-magic amulet, wouldn't it?
It's an unknown question.
Okay. It's like the two parts of it's like the two ways you can lose connection on your phone, right? Either there's no towers nearby, or there's too many people nearby using it.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
So the group wanders back, and Vesper is darting his eyes across the page, deep in his reading.
So what does this tell us?
Have you shared any of this, or
information.
are you just looking up at the group going, so what does this tell us? Like a madman.
Probably the latter.
Okay. So you guys have no idea what Vesper's talking about, but he's holding the book that Malachi was Wizard were reading earlier.
What use is this information? How could we utilize this?
Have I not been saying that? We'll not find the answers in these tomes of dead men.
Dead men built this place.
If only they were here to give us the answers.
Oh
But
my
there
god.
are none. I tell you this. These archives are likely filled with lies. If the dragon has inhabited them for this long, who knows what changes he could have made.
Could he have changed anything?
Roll a general intelligence check.
4.
Uh-oh, he could have changed anything. He could have written his own books. He was in here for 400 years.
He could have written his own books, but he couldn't have changed any of the existing books without messing up the protection of Yor.
Uh-oh.
Right?
He circumvented the check by just remembering things.
Well, that's why I
Can't
asked
stop
the
him.
question in the
He's
first place.
too powerful now. I can't stop him. He surpassed the power of the failed check. He knows too much. Yeah, you're correct. Unless he found a way to break the protection of Yor.
Unless he found a way to break the protection of Yor. I'm about to break the protection of Yor. I'd love to break the protection of Yor. I'm actually not that worried about the protection. I'm more worried about the other one that doesn't let you take anything out. That's the one I want to break.
Well, we can't break it unless we break the protection of Yor.
On that
When I say break, I meant like by hanging my anti-magic amulet around its neck or something and seeing if that works. But
I mean, you haven't tried it yet.
Okay, no, I haven't tried it yet. Okay, so there's this book talks about anti-magic fields, and there are two types. There's one that uses all the magic in the area, so nothing else can be cast, and the other type pushes the strands of the weave away, basically creating a dead zone, right? So there's oversaturation, and then there's dead zones. Okay, and if you had a key, you could ignore it, right?
Mhm.
So I would guess that somehow the dragon has a key of some sort.
Uh-huh.
I'm almost wondering, is there some way to attune one key to a different area of Antimagic?
That's a good
What?
question.
I didn't hear the question.
Is there a way to attune a key to a different area of Antimagic? So, using the pearl, could we like attune it to this one?
It's the most interesting question.
It's interesting that the key to get through the barrier works despite the anti-magic field. Right? Because if it didn't, then like the claw would have gotten chopped off by the force field as soon as the armor passed through into the anti-magic.
Well,
Huh.
dang.
Go try your funny amulet thing.
Well,
Mhm.
okay, sure.
What are you gonna do?
I want to walk over to the Yor statues
Oh, okay.
and hang my amulet around the neck of the middle one and see what happens.
Okay.
Did that?
It's got a really big
Change
neck. You
anything.
should probably just do this. I mean, this is a massive statue.
All right. Does it have like an outstretched finger or something I can hang it on?
No. Between its
I'll just put it on. I'll just put it on the base at its
Yeah.
feet or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that it has a large enough range. It should cover all three, assuming the range is still the same.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to break a display case. Does it work?
No.
Damn. Okay. That doesn't seem to work then. Essentially. Unless these have an entirely different spell of invulnerability cast on them.
Hmm.
I wonder. You've become closer to solving the puzzle.
Huh?
If only someone could, I don't know, roll really high on Arcana or something. Maybe
I can do that.
we're so close
Can I
to
do that?
figuring out
Don't worry, guys, I got this.
who should be the one
You want
to
me-
do it? That's the question.
Do you want me to roll Arcana? I'll do it.
What are we rolling for?
Solving the puzzle. You have
Hey,
observed.
wizard's gonna-
getting close.
Can I roll Arcana, or is there some knowledge I don't have that another character does?
I'm
So-
thinking about it.
So hold on. I'm trying to think about, with all this discussion about the weave and about the innate magic of things, both Sun and Airy will, I guess they're contemplating the fact that, and especially from the book that Airy was reading earlier, considering how they were talking about sorcerers and wizards, sorcerers having innate magic. Is there some way, I don't know if this is something that could work. Being that they, I guess being, I don't know if you would describe it as, would they have some of the weave in them as they're sorcerers? I don't know how that works. Could they kind of like maybe connect to the energy or like get the frequency?
You could have. Ask the question again.
I don't even know what I was saying. Could they like, I don't know, I guess the word attuning really is correct. Like figure out like the frequency of that space and maybe use that to help Bird with the Arcana or like something, figure out like what would have to get done to the amulet or something.
So basically, the four of you just need to bang heads together. I mean, it's really just you're giving like Vesper an advantage on Arcana checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll allow that. I have to figure some stuff out. Hold on. There was a specific description that I didn't write down. Because then you talked about it, and I went, "That's good. I'm making that canon." And the one thing it was the way that different magic user types interact with the weave.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember what magic type does what.
Are you talking about me? I did that ages ago.
Nah, John and I were talking about it like in the car.
All right.
I'm trying to see if there's like written descriptions of it somewhere. I'll read it.
Was it Player's Handbook casting spells?
Maybe. I don't know.
It was like how people interface using like divine magic or
That's
arcane.
exactly what it was.
But I think it
Creatures
went
and
into
druids
detail
are
to say-
nature.
It just said that it was that was just their interface with the weave.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's not particularly relevant for this discussion. It would just be nice knowledge for me to arm. Because when describing this metaphor, each school of magic has a different way of interacting with the strands of the weave.
Well, you do have to say type of magic rather than school.
Yes, type.
Okay.
Yes. Correct. Yeah, divine, arcane, and what's the other one? What is it?
Primal.
Primal. Okay.
That's a good word for it.
It is a good word for it.
I was just calling them nature casting. Primal. That works.
I'm trying to see if I can find it. You should make your Arcana check in the meantime. I'll see if I can read this.
Mm-hmm. Do it with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
23.
Well, okay. Now, give me a sec. Now I gotta read.
What if I do better?
Well, I mean, go ahead. Fine.
I got 24.
Okay. Was that his Bloppletub or his Wizard?
No, farts mellow.
Okay. Alright. You guys sit in the square, mulling over everything you have read. Vesper catches you up on entanglement and detanglement, the idea of a key, and then you begin categorizing theoretical construction of different types of magic items and how they can interface. So the rules of this metaphor result in a very specific system of rules that largely hold up under scrutiny, hence it's theorized to be true. Descriptions like this will not be found anywhere else outside of these archives, likely. None of you, even Malachi, who studied a lot, have heard anything like this, which has almost made it easier for Vesper to pick up because it's so theoretical and technical that it barely feels like magic. It just sounds like someone describing plants, or the way that, owlbears tend to their cubs. It's extremely detail-oriented. The way that these systems are described, you begin what is probably a 30-minute long dialogue over the items you have and their chemical makeup. Now, what you deduce is this. The item that Bird has, which has played a critical role in the conversation, is an anti-magic amulet given to you by Santa Claus. It is likely an entanglement amulet. What that means is the item itself possesses or contains or manipulates, whatever you want to call it, certain strands of the weave. And the spell convicts even more strands of the weave, draws them and entangles them further. So not only does the magic item itself use some form of entanglement, as likely every magic item does, but the spell has the sole purpose of entangling the weave. Now, when we look at magic outside of entanglement, such terms aren't really used. Magic is generally more eloquent. In the terms of wizards manipulating the weave, strands may be pulled or probed or prodded or tied, twisted, assembled into something coherent. The word entangle is very important because it implies that there's no order, there's just mass. That is why entanglement is like a static field of nothingness. It's just nothing data. It's like jamming a radio. You fill a line with nothing but dead air. Entanglement is what you have around your neck. When you're looking at the artifacts that are around here, the fact that your anti-magic field doesn't work on the seal of yore means that either the amulet isn't strong enough to entangle the magic powering that statue, or that statue itself is disabling the amulet. You don't know which is which, but you have means of testing this. So, say hypothetically we go with scenario number 1. The anti-magic amulet is successfully entangling, but the magic of the statue, there's so much potent energy from the weave that there simply is too much for the amulet to entangle on its own. What that would mean is that the entanglement is likely strong enough to stop you from casting a spell, but not strong enough to stop the active spell. It's essentially strong enough to pick up all the loose strands of the weave and bundle them up, but not enough to rip the carpet that is the protection of yore apart. If that's the case, what that means is your amulet will not let you cast spells while it's in the range because it's still working. Possibility number 2. Your entanglement amulet is being de-entangled by a stronger anti-magic field. If your amulet is being de-entangled, what it means is that you will be able to cast spells by the amulet because the very anti-magic field stopping you from casting spells is being de-entangled, but not de-entangled to the extent that you can't normally cast spells. It will essentially undo the magic field, returning the loose strands of the weave back to the ether and the air around you. This is the first question that you need to answer. Whether your amulet works or stops working. In other words, whether you can cast a spell if your amulet is by the protection of yore, or whether you can't cast a spell. You should find the answer to that question.
All right.
I'll go over with him.
Okay. So you 4 researchers in the middle of your dialogue reach this realization and go over to test your conclusion. One of 2 things will happen. If one of you cast a spell, it will either cast or it will not cast.
I'm casting light on my staff.
You cast light on your staff, And despite the anti-magic amulet being on, light is cast and the area is lit up. This tells you an incredibly important piece of information. The Seal of Yore uses de-entanglement magic to nullify the effects of the anti-magic field, but not completely diffuse magic from the area, which is why all of you are able to cast spells in the archives, but the Vesper's anti-magic field particularly doesn't work while next to the Seal of Yore.
Okay, I have a dumb idea.
Mm-hmm.
Can we get Meteor in here?
Okay.
I'll kill Meteor.
You
I'm
come,
not gonna kill Meteor.
get Meteor. He walks over and says,
Alright,
what do you need me for?
is he strong enough to pick up this statue?
Maybe a team lives with me.
Maybe a team effort.
He gets up and he tries to pick it up.
I get on the other side.
No, Parks is okay.
Yes!
Parks joins in. Parks roll strength.
Does this blindfold make Blop stronger?
19.
Yeah, it does.
It wouldn't be much help.
Okay. Despite Parks lifting with all of his might and Meteor lifting with all his might, the statue does not budge. Perhaps it's magically held in place, or perhaps it's actually just like melded with the base and likewise basically an extension of the floor. But the statue does not move.
No, I think I felt it move.
I don't think so.
Try a little longer.
No, that's not go anywhere.
Well, my brilliant plan was just to have you take it over to the wall of force and see if it turns that off.
Well, what? Can we cast spells by the wall of force thing if you turn your your amulet on?
I was assuming I had it off when he was going to cast his thingy
Oh, to try to dispel
earlier.
magic.
When he tried to dispel it,
Yeah, it
he
was off.
specifically stood where his blindfold worked, so either he was out of my range or it was off.
I haven't revealed all of the insights you've gotten from your little experiment. You'd like me to continue?
Oh, I didn't realize I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we would like to learn, please.
This
Thanks.
experiment was important, but it was not the end of your 24. This experiment was to guide you to the conclusion of your 24. What the experiment confirms is that theoretically, unless there are alternative explanations, which there could be, but theoretically, Vesper's anti-magic amulet is an entanglement amulet, and the Seal of Yore is infused with disentanglement magic, protecting itself. So, that means something else. That means the magic item that is used to possess some kind of disentanglement field also has some form of weave within it, but the disentanglement field extends around it. So, this is what you learn. If something like the Seal of Yore can exist, and the rules of magic remain true, that the Seal of Yore is powered by strands of the weave, but that it and of itself repels strands of the weave through disentanglement, likewise able to disable anti-magic entanglement fields, it means this. If such a key were to exist to get through the door, it would have to operate exactly like this. The key would be an anti-magic field of disentanglement that would diffuse an anti-magic field of entanglement, and likewise carry synergization magic that aligns with the arcane locked wall of force such that it could bypass it. That is
So
a
I was right. It's
combination.
just we're not strong enough to lift this. We gotta find another one.
So what you do need, this Vesper is correct, what you do need is something with a disentanglement field to disrupt what is likely an entanglement anti-magic field in front of the wall. And then in addition to that disentanglement field, the item itself needs to have a synergization that aligns with the wall of force, or the arcane wall.
What exactly did the pearl do?
The pearl is the key that in and of itself has a disentanglement anti-magic field and a synergization, basically magic with a specific door. Notably, the last piece of information, disentanglement magic can be tuned, and this is what you've deduced from the seal of your not disabling magic. Disentanglement anti-magic fields can be designed specifically to counter entanglement magic fields, but not to the point that they disable all magic. So you can have various strengths of disentanglement magic fields, meaning that what the key would be is a weak disentanglement magic field that disentangles an entanglement anti-magic field and allows spells to be cast or magic items to function, but it in of itself functions even in regards to its disentanglement field because it is protected by its own innate magic, which is a synergization which opens the lock. That is all. Any questions?
So we do that. We do that.
So here's what you need. You need a pearl or some other item, maybe it doesn't have to be a pearl, with a weak disentanglement anti-magic field and a synergization key that matches the arcane lock. Those are the two pieces of the puzzle that you need to open or get through that place.
How much time has gone past?
Probably like 2 hours at this point.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna tune into my staff now.
Okay. Is your goal to get in there before the 8-hour mark where the dragon gets a long rest?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
6 hours on the clock. So.
I mean, okay, so it would have to be 8 hours from when he fucked with us with the arcane armor. So we actually have like 7 hours.
Yeah. Although, what counts as light activity? I don't know. Depends. 'Cause you only need
Light
6
activity
hours
for a
to-
dragon.
Yeah.
Hey, even if it didn't work, he cast a spell on that plate.
He did.
Unless he just has those lined up.
That's true. He definitely doesn't have those. He tried it. Not that you guys know that he cast it on the plate. What was funny is the silver plate just flew out, and he went, "Oh, that won't work." You guys were just like, "Why is there a silver plate on the ground?"
Yeah, I don't.
So
my
Malachi's taking
brain.
an hour to attune.
Okay.
So, if you guys want to start working on a means of figuring out how to get through the door or doing something, now would be the time. Wizard and Airy are probably the two best candidates for that.
For what?
For figuring out, you guys kind of know what you need to do to get through the door. It's just a question of how do you do it now. You need a weak disentanglement anti-magic field.
Yep, so we're gonna take the pearl.
Synergize thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now that,
So we have
you have a pearl. So
we have a pearl.
theoretically, if the magic is the same as what's used outside, then that pearl may already have a weak disentanglement anti-magic field. But you don't know that, because here's where it gets complicated. That pearl came from upstairs, and all it actually needs to work by itself is a synergization with the door. It doesn't need an anti-magic field because unlike the area down here, there's no entanglement anti-magic field stopping it. So actually that pearl likely does not have an anti-magic field, it just has a synergization.
Is there anything in the area that we're in that we haven't looked at yet?
There's hundreds of books to read. Literal hundreds.
That aren't books.
No, they are books. There
I
are
mean,
scrolls.
no.
That aren't things that aren't books.
No, this hallway is basically all books and chairs. This is all history. This entire section. There's maybe a few little metal bits and bobs, artifacts, globes, maps. But
Is there any other feature that we haven't investigated in this entire area that we may have noticed?
doing a walk around, there's one major thing you guys haven't explored. You stuck to these large halls, which are grand, extremely tall, bookshelves spanning the ceiling. These smaller bookshelves are only about 20 feet tall. Well, I guess both bookshelves are about 20 feet tall with ladders available. There's little cubbies and all of these cubbies have little chairs and reading rooms in them. You've pretty much explored much of the spell hall. With the central rooms that look to be for testing or setting up sigils, ritual things. The side halls, which are a little bit less glamorous and very much for storage of spell scrolls and lesser interesting spells. The most notable thing that you haven't explored is the giant circular red door at the corner, the rounded corner, separating the 20-foot half wall between the first and second and the third segment of the archives.
Is this door openable?
Well, walking up
I'm
to
going
it,
to get-
it
try
doesn't
to open
appear
it.
to have any knob, switch, lever. It's completely sealed.
I'm gonna push on it.
Nothing.
Pull on it?
Nothing. There's nothing to grab it. It's just a flat surface. It's kinda hard
Lift
to
from the
pull.
bottom. Lift from the bottom next.
Yeah. The only thing that really clues you into it being a door is it's so similar to the entrance that you can't imagine it not being a door. But otherwise, this would just be a weird wall design.
I look around. There's no buttons. There's no lever. Little Minecraft lever.
Roll perception.
There's no bowl looking for blood.
There is no. I can assure you, without perception, there's no bowl looking for blood.
I got a nat 1 for an 8.
You don't see anything.
Big.
Oh well.
Meteor, can you go punch that really, really hard?
Meteor, throw Blobbletop at the door because it says medium toughness door.
Of course, medium toughness. I can get through that. Gotta check something. What? Oh, maybe it's that. Oh, that's why. Because I did it wrong. Okay. Anything else anyone wants to do?
Bro, I'm lost.
Malachi's a tuning. He's probably in a cubby. So, I mean, Rain will probably be with him.
Did Blobbletop tell us about the door?
Did he?
Nope. Does everyone notice that door over there? Way behind there?
Yes, but I found no way of opening it.
And neither did I.
Can I go take a look?
Yeah, go ahead. Perception, man.
I like perception.
Perception, man. Just a slightly lesser perception, man. He rolled bad.
You want to roll or use
21.
your... Okay, you roll.
I did roll.
Flat door, no obvious signs of opening. Very similar design to the entrance, but notably no sigils or inscriptions around the top arch. No blood bowl, which is what would be expected for doors of this markings at this point. No levers, no buttons. It barely looks like a door. Looks more like a
No
wall,
maidens.
but there's no way that there isn't something behind it.
Can I turn on my amulet and try to touch it?
You can turn on your amulet, but I assure you there is no reason to touch it because it goes away.
Oh,
The amulet reveals that the door is some form of incredibly powerful illusion. One that holds up to touch.
huh. I'm gonna call it. Hey guys, I got the door.
No one hears you because you're 8,000 feet away.
It's
I'm
probably
not.
very echoey. He's like 80 feet away.
Hey
100.
guys, got
Yeah, he's
the door.
130 feet away, that's it. However, on the other side, it appears to be completely and utterly dark.
Dark, you say?
Although, actually, it's kind of completely and utterly dark, except, I don't know, it's kind of weird. The darkness seems to be repelled by something.
Some sort of strange object, perhaps.
Something like that. Oh no.
Blobbletop is out of
what's that
breath, but he's
sponge?
running over.
What's that odd sponge-looking object?
That would be a pile of gold.
Oh, that's quite nice. I like that.
It's what's up coming over?
Yeah.
Massive pile of gold.
Hey man,
What
there's
is
a lot
that?
of gold.
Top walks in.
Tons of gold. Oh, you
I
have,
turn off the. No, I'm gonna.
don't you have blind sight though?
Not when I'm near Vesper.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna walk in like 25 feet past the door, so it stays open, but get the most illumination. It's gonna reveal a giant creature.
Nope.
Oh!
Below you, the pile of gold becomes apparent. A massive stretch of gold going out to the extent of your vision with the amulet.
Huh.
Several trinkets, goblets, chests, and some interesting looking items. Swords, armor, things that, oddly enough, you wouldn't be surprised if they came from the artifacts. The Hall of Artifacts.
Were there for the ones that were missing objects but had a plaque? Were there stuff written on the plaque?
No. Yeah.
I was
Are there
gonna
any-
wander up.
Are there any plaques in here?
Funny you should ask. How deeply are you willing to explore this layer with your 30 feet
Well,
of vision?
Until more people got here, I didn't want to move more than
Okay.
30 feet away from the door.
Okay. Are you staying here then in your investigation?
How many feet of dark vision do I get?
Actually,
30.
I will just take off the amulet and put it down, and then walk over to the edge of its range so I can start looking through stuff.
You find some plaques buried amidst the gold.
Nice.
They're scratched out.
Oh. What's the point then?
Hold on now.
Paperweight.
You know what that means, right?
What? That he doesn't want us to know about them?
No, oh, no. Don't
Oh,
make me-
he broke the protection.
Oh, he figured it out.
Hmm.
He knows how to break the protection of the ore.
So those books could be lies. Shit.
Alright, Laptop's gonna go past Vesper and see what he can find.
Well, there's a wall of darkness. That's it. You can only go this far before.
Yeah, but I can walk past it. I can see.
Oh, blind sight. Okay, yeah. Hordes and hordes of gold, finally sloping down, and what appears to be an imprint of a giant dragon body. This is imagine where it sleeps. The gold has been pressed down, worn out, whittled away, rusted. Clearly, it's bed.
Gold
Anything
doesn't
cool in there?
rust.
Roll,
It tarnishes.
roll an investigation.
Investigation. That's bad. I got 16. What?
I have an idea. I'm not gonna do this. So dumb. All right, hold on.
No.
Instead of dwarven plate armor.
You know, that was the joke. That was literally the joke. You're fucking dwarfing play. But I can't do that. Hold on. Give me 1 sec.
Looking through a list of magic items.
No, I don't. What do we got?
You'd have to identify them, so it'd just be like, what, a weird looking sword. A weird looking set of armor.
What? All right, hold up. I found something, but it's. Well, you found something, but. It's a shield.
Shield, you say?
Yeah.
Does it look cool?
Yeah. It's a little circular shield. Looks like a buckler. Small little thing, but very shiny, very well kept. Notably not tarnished, buried under the tarnished gold. Of the
This one
bed
might want
you
this.
constructed.
I'll stick it on my back.
Alright, I guess, yeah, okay. I'll just leave that where it is. Nothing much else of note you can see in the bed. Some broken spear shafts, some old rotted wood chests that are just trash. It smells horrible in here, by the way.
Good to know, good to know.
Yeah.
Dragon has a hygiene problem.
Disgusting swamp. Well, the dragon creates a hygiene problem with its aura. But yeah, nothing much else of note. We'd really have to go digging through this gold to find anything of note.
My gold's heavy.
Yeah, exactly. Take quite a lot of time.
Oh, I'm almost gonna grab some gold.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I want to at least get to like, huh?
No, nothing. It's fine. Just keep note of how much you take.
Yeah, okay. Let's see, I have 285 now with my calculator. I'm gonna grab 215 pieces of gold.
Great. Make sure you have that number. In fact, I'm gonna write it down too. I took 215 GP. Done. Alright, anything else?
Anything up top?
More gold. Oh,
That's the wrong guy.
That's the wrong guy. More gold. Slowly piling up to the back of the room until eventually, with your blind sight, you have 30 or 60 feet of blind sight. 30, right?
I don't remember. I think it's less than 60.
Yeah, it should be 30 then. Slowly mounting up to the top until eventually, at the grand peak of all this treasure, is a massive chest. Looks like a chest forged by giants, engraved with a gold lining, a beautiful, intricate woodwork. All the other chests were degraded, deteriorated, and petrified, but this one is pristine.
Open it?
Yeah. You sure can, buddy. You sure
I'm
can.
gonna open
it. Roll initiative.
You're dead.
I got 10.
I'm first. Let me just grab this right here.
Giant mimic.
No, bigger. That's too big. There it is. Alright.
Wow, thank God you're not alone in this
I have to play music to make fun of you. What's some good mimic combat music? What if we just
Going to
throw
add
out
cyber
this? Oh no, that's broken. Alright, let's throw this out here. I don't think this has been used for anything else.
It's freaking out.
Alright, just hold up. I'm gonna make sure it doesn't deafen anyone. This is gonna be weird mimic music, but you know what? I already have it pulled up and you're gonna get eaten. Alright, I'm gonna use a pseudopod twice.
What was it?
That's a 13 to hit. That's
No.
a 13 to hit.
No.
That's a nat 20 on the bite. Alright, give me this. What do we got? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! You take 13, no, 12, 10, that's too low. Right there. Perfect. Alright, you take, I gotta do math, 15 piercing damage and 7
Wow.
acid damage.
Wow.
Alright,
Okay.
it's, I think it's your turn.
Yeah, I'd say it is. Alright, I'm gonna bonus action. I'm on the wrong character. There we go.
Oh wait,
I'm gonna
excuse
go
me. I'm sorry. You need to make a DC 13 contested grapple check because it touched you, and so now you're sticky.
What do I roll?
Athletics or acrobatics?
I got 9.
Well, I was about to tell you that you have disadvantage, but it doesn't matter. You've been grappled. Have you screamed yet?
Yeah, I'll scream.
Okay, that's what you should roll initiative.
Good idea.
Alright, your turn. What if I
I
told
cast
you?
spells when I'm grappled.
Actually, yes, you can.
And I'm going to get a healing word myself real quick.
Hero.
Let's see. Oh, that was kind of ass. Alright, I get 11 hit points back.
Yep. I'm gonna take those all away. Alright. Vesper, do you have initiative?
I didn't roll. I didn't know if I was included.
You are now. Just pull up what's up the stream.
23.
Alright, you'll be the top.
Can I roll that good?
Can I hit it? What does grapple do? I forget. Can I still hit it?
Grapple just decreases your movement to 0. You can't
Okay.
move.
See, if I go over there, then Blobbletop will be blind.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna try and hit it with
Okay.
my. Wait, hold on, I gotta read something. Where is it? Where would it put this? Hold on.
That's not what I want. I just pulled up Baldur's Gate. I just pulled up the Steam page for Baldur's Gate.
Bro really has been playing too much.
Where would it? I don't go look at my
Steam
feet.
is still open.
Where would this be?
What are you trying to find?
I'm trying to find one of my feet.
What's one of your feats?
Maybe it's not a feet.
What is it? What are you trying to do?
I forget what it's called.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, alright,
What is-
let me go to
You're
my
giving
character
me
builder.
no information about
Alright, it's Divine Strike.
Okay, alright.
Extra 1d8 radiant damage. Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and hit it in my panic
Okay.
with my mace.
Okay.
Does a 15 hit it?
Yes.
Wow. So it takes 4 bludgeoning damage and 4 radiant damage.
Uh-huh.
Is that once for something?
Thank you.
Divine Strike. No, I should get that. Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Alright, Vesper's up. Your amulet is on the floor in front of the small gold pile.
Well, I guess I'll scoop it up.
That takes 20 feet of movement.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just go. I guess I'll just go over there. I don't know what's going on. I'll go over there.
Are you doing a full 90 feet, like dash?
Sure.
Alright, as your amulet activates, question mark, or are you in the dark?
It was already on the
Okay.
floor.
Well, Floppercup is blinded now. But you see a giant mimic eating him. It's just in range.
Well, when he gets close, I can see again, right? If I just take the blindfold off.
Yeah, you just gotta take the blindfold off. But, it's not your turn unless Vesper has anything else to do.
Well, if I did a 90 feet, I'm out of stuff.
Alright, great. I'm gonna attack 3 times.
Wow.
Well, I rolled a 22
Uh-huh.
with a pseudopod and a 23 for the other one. So
Uh-huh.
you're gonna take 5 bludgeoning damage
Uh-huh.
plus 4, so 9 bludgeoning damage and 2 acid damage.
Uh-huh.
And that's my turn. You're being eaten. You're up.
Alright. I'm gonna roll acrobatics again. Just stop.
Disadvantage, please.
I got a 6.
That's definitely not gonna do it. It's sticky.
Alright, let's see. Oh, okay. Throw a inflict wounds at it, I guess.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I gotta roll one more time because never mind. I didn't.
19.
That hits.
That's. I rolled a spiritual weapon again. Ignore that.
Okay, alright.
Because in first level inflict wounds is at the bottom. It's not at the bottom for the other ones. So second level inflict wounds is this. Takes 28 necrotic damage.
Oh my gosh.
Damn.
And I'm also gonna heal myself again with healing word. I get 9 hit points back.
Alright, Vesper's up.
All right. Let me. I need to read the help action real quick. Would I be able to? All right. No, I can't. Never mind. I'll just use steady aim and get advantage on my attack.
Okay. Yeah.
27. Yeah. And then it's that. The cold damage on my weapon, does that work within my anti-magic field?
My
Yes,
leg.
'cause it's not magic.
All right. And then we got the old sneak attack. Wow, that's 3 1s and a 2.
Yikes. How much
So I did a
was that?
solid
17?
17.
Thought he was dead. I live. All right. Now I get to attack grapple attack with advantage. So that's a 1. So good thing I get to reroll. Well, that's a 15. So that's a 1. All right. Let's see this. Okay. Nothing is hit so far. The bite. Surely the bite line is a 20 hit. Dirty 20.
That's my AC.
Yes! my butt. Yeah.
Max damage. 11
Wow.
piercing and 8 acid.
Ow.
I end my turn.
And Bopto's gonna heal himself. With a healing word. Get 13 hit points back. And then I'm gonna do a first level inflict wounds on it.
Okay.
23 to hit.
Yeah.
It takes 16 necrotic damage.
Alright. Can't believe it's still alive. Oh my gosh, math. I can't do math anymore. It's past 10 p.m. Alright, I got it. Alright, Jacob. It doesn't matter what the math is. You can kill it with it. It's like decomposing actively.
Nice. I'm still rolling at advantage just in case.
Yeah.
15 to hit.
Yes.
Alright, cool. Wow. Come on.
Alright,
There we go.
How do you want to do it?
My crossbow bolt just disappears somewhere into the depths of its mouth, and that just does it.
Alright.
Don't know what I hit, but I hit something.
It disappears into the mouth, dissolves into a gloopy gloop goop, and then releases Bloppletup on the ground covered in garbage.
Sorry, it's not a crossbow. It's a bow and arrow.
sticky mess.
I'm forgetting that.
His armor's dissolving in the acid.
Thank you.
You all right? Can you see?
Well, you're dispelling in the darkness, right?
Yeah, but you're wearing
I just take my blindfold up
cool
or down around my neck.
All right. Well, do you think that was the only one?
I think so. It's pretty big.
Well, yeah, but there might be like littler ones.
Was the mimic like sitting on anything? Any loot?
Just a ton of gold, but no.
Open her up.
Didn't have anything in it.
Nope. Just more
Darn.
gloopy mimic gloop.
You find anything cool over there?
I haven't found anything. Well, okay. I did find out that the dragon can bypass the seal of the protection of Yor, which is a bit of an issue.
Oh. I found a shield. It was shiny.
Nice.
Alright, let's head back.
Yeah, well, we should. I mean, if we're gonna get out of this alive, like if we deal with the dragon, we should definitely come back and take as much of this as we can. But
Alright,
Poppup's a little bit more jingly than
come back
usual.
from their adventure. He's a little jingly,
I mean-
and he's covered in sticky goo.
watch him have some sort of like, dead man switch, where as soon as we kill him, it all turns to gloop or something.
What? He wouldn't do that. You think a dragon would be so vindictive? Oh, that'd be weird.
Every gold coin is actually a small thermonuclear bomb.
Every
Small.
gold coin is actually a small mimic that eats the rest of your gold in your coin purse.
One of my new favorite
Don't laugh like that.
Oh, sorry, man. You just keep feeding me these great ideas. What was it?
It's not even my idea. I think I saw it on like the D&D subreddit or something, like 4 years ago.
A small mimic that just eats other coins.
Yeah.
That sounds like the worst thing a DM could introduce. Like some innocent shopkeeper pays you a coin that's a mimic, but that mimic only eats other coins. And so
Yeah, so
you open
you drop
your
it into your
wallet,
purse.
and there's a singular coin in it. And you're like, what? And then it bites you.
Well,
Alright. Now what?
we found the treasure room, and there was a mimic in it, and we killed it. And so it actually turns out there were a bunch of plaques in there. Yeah, he's gloopy. There were a bunch of plaques in there from the empty display cases. They were all scratched out, meaning this guy can bypass the protection of Yor. So, perhaps it was right to say that these books aren't quite as reliable.
So
There weren't any books in the vault, were there?
No.
Okay. So yes, we could be being led on.
I got a cool shield.
He holds up a little
Yeah.
buckler shield like a child, I guess.
Well,
Wow.
I mean, we could just ask.
Ask what?
How to do it.
Oh, yeah. Could just ask. But I feel like, again, it's another powerful item. I feel like we're really close to figuring this out. We shouldn't,
It's another powerful item, but there's like 16 of us.
yeah.
There's only 11 of us, but
Oh
Close.
my god.
Okay, we do have a camp full of soldiers.
Alright.
We have like 307
You're
people.
missing one important thing about the Ring of Meta Knowledge. There's actually
What is that?
only 6 of you. And one of them is already using it.
That's a good point. Well, okay, no, because Parts and Wizard and Airy.
Yeah. You think the Ring of Meta Knowledge doesn't know that they're played by the same person?
Alright, we need to get Julian and Nick back in here.
Yeah.
Who else can we need to get Justin to do a one-off.
Yeah, if you can get him.
Quincy shows up.
Left
I can talk my brother into it for definitely at least one session.
Yep. Now you're thinking with portals.
Damn right. Okay. So the knowledge we were working off may not be able to be trusted. Or it may have been deemed irrelevant and left behind on purpose, or he may not have even known about it.
Well,
Whale?
Chris is going back to reading. Even though he
Oh,
doesn't
is
think he's like mad about it, but he doesn't have anything else to do. So
How much time has passed?
probably like half an hour.
Okay.
Okay.
wow, 6 shields, says Wizard. He's gonna cast Identify on it.
All right. I'm gonna regret this. This is the Sentinel Shield. It grants you the feat Sentinel.
Nice.
Sentinel
Only when
feat.
equipping it.
That's a fun shield. Or a fun feat.
It's really
Well,
good.
yeah. I guess that makes
I just gave
the
it to
shield.
you.
When you hit a creature with
It's going to
opportunity
bite me
attack,
in
the
the
creature's
back.
speed becomes 0 for the rest of the turn. Creatures with opportunity attack from you even if they take this engage action before you leave your reach. A creature within 5 feet makes an attack on target other than you to have its feet. You can take a reaction to take a melee weapon against the attacking creature.
Yeah.
Just
So
gave you
one of our
those
melee
good
guys.
shields in the game, so.
That was pretty good. A free feat of any sort is usually pretty good. Unless it's one of the bad feats.
Grappler.
You get grappler
This
on
is
this.
the grappler shield.
This is the grappler two-handed greatsword.
Yo, for real though.
Okay, as your hands leave the sword to grapple the man, you lose the grappler feat.
Yeah. This is the great sort of two-weapon fighting.
So do we have like a plan for getting through the barrier now?
No.
No.
Okay.
Alright, it's got something to do with the pearl, maybe something to do with my amulet, something to do with the yeah, that's about it.
But we did
Put the pearl on the amulet.
Yeah, alright. Does my amulet have a little switch that's like the opposite direction? I can't switch it from entanglement to disentanglement, right?
Bro,
Detanglement.
you ain't got the Lexus of anti-magic fields. You got like... You got
Hey,
the busted
it was
old
worth
jalopy.
asking.
No.
The busted old jalopy.
Of anti-magic fields.
Hey,
It's actually
listen,
not.
okay? Alright. Sometimes all you have is your phone and you want to play some games, right? That doesn't make it any worse than your computer. I mean, like it is, like it's all you got, right?
Yeah. No, it's a nice amulet. It's just an entanglement amulet, not a disentanglement amulet. You proved that with science.
Yeah. We gotta Can we use the Queen of Fates to reverse the amulet's polarity? I mean, fuck it. Should we just use the ring? Like, I don't have any ideas.
Which ring?
The ring.
Yeah, the ring of meta knowledge.
Yeah, if you want to use up your charge, I'll let you do it.
I don't want to use on my charge, but right. I gotta go use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. You guys try to figure something out.
Well, Malachi's still attuning.
Well, I only
just you. I guess you.
I only needed 45 minutes.
What do you mean?
He already had 15 down. I mean,
He's attuning
probably
this stuff.
attuned. I think Meteor's just gonna go sit and think. He's gonna, you know what? He's gonna try to read.
Wait, if I short
good
rest,
for
I
him.
get my
No,
stuff back,
Meteor and
right?
Kingy are going elsewhere. Kingy's gonna teach Meteor how to read. That's something.
I'm taking a short rest to get my superiority dice back.
Yeah, that's fine. Putting you in the cubby, Meteor.
Not the cubby.
Cubby, the reading cubby. Alright. Well, Malachi is attuned to his Eldritch Staff. So,
Wait. It didn't heal me. What was it? Two?
You have to.
you have to manually use your hit dice.
There you
Nice.
go.
That's fine.
You can do it in the thing. When you take the short rest.
I tried, it didn't let me, so I'm just gonna do it manually.
I've had
It's
that
okay.
one before as well.
I rolled really fucking high, so like the full health anyways. I rolled a 7 and a 9 on the D10s.
Wow. Alright, Bill, you got any ideas?
Alright, so
No.
at this point, the only thing I can think of is just use Pearl and the whatever and try to use them at the same time. And hope for the best. Or else, I pull the lever We leave the archives and pretend this never happened.
I think we just rush him, and then somebody dies, and then we Queen of Fate. Instead of the dragon killing them, they kill the dragon.
Or we sacrifice parts and use the other thing so that the dragon dies and he dies because the dragon kills him.
No, I don't like that one.
Okay. So can we try combining those and see if that works, if that did anything?
What are you trying to combine? Pearl and
You-
anti-magic field? How so? I'm confused.
We'll just like mash them together.
Yeah, we like we don't get anything that's happening. We just try to make something work at this point.
Well, you rolled well enough that you may be able to shrink something better together.
Okay.
You have all the pieces that you need to solve the puzzle, except for the actual spells themselves. You need a anti-magic disentanglement field. And
Oh my god, if I hear the word tangle one more time, I'm gonna freak out.
you need a synergized key.
What does that mean?
What it means is you need to synergize with the frequency of the arcane wall so that you can phase through it.
Well, that's what I was suggesting earlier when I said that we were sorcerers. Is it possible that we could use ourselves as tuning forks?
Yes.
Oh, that was about half an hour ago.
Well, yeah. The problem was there was a whole process of discovery. And I told you.
That's why I play a sorcerer, so I don't have to learn.
I told you guys, you kept like stopping, like, because that was a 24. So like I said, you have what you need. You just need to do it. So you can use yourself as tuning forks. You just need to actually try that.
Both sun and area sorcerers.
Okay.
So they want to go to the wall area and concentrate and try to.
There is one problem with that. Because the anti-magic field is still active, you can't synergize, so you need to deactivate that first. Which means before you can synergize, you need to disable the anti-magic field.
But that's the whole point of synergizing.
No, the point of synergizing is to match the energy on the arcane wall to unlock it. But you can't detect the energy of the arcane wall because there's currently an anti-magic entanglement field in front of it. And you need to disable that field with an anti-magic disentanglement field. If you can create that, you can synergize, create a key that operates within that field, and then get through. But you have to follow that process. Because even though you can synergize, right now you're blocked by an entanglement anti-magic field.
Okay. We do that.
Okay. Alright. So now, is this just Sun and Airy doing it?
Well, I assume everyone's there because if we match it and we open the door, just two dudes just chilling in front of a dragon. Yeah.
Well, I mean, in order to craft something that can actually resemble a disentanglement anti-magic field, you're going to need to study the resources around you to cast that spell for the first time, because you've never done that before. So the resources are here, but it's going to take a lot of effort. Another roll, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
What if I said no?
Nothing would change.
Okay. Well, it's been a great session, guys. I'm gonna go take a nap.
So, Who's attempting this? Is it Malachi and Zephyr?
Hearts.
Okay. In which case, I need an Arcana with advantage. And then I need an item that you're gonna bind this displacement, whatever, anti-magic field to.
Got 15.
Okay. And what are you choosing to attempt to bind the anti-magic to?
Blumpletup offers this amulet he's been carrying around for 2 months.
Is it just a random powerless amulet?
It is how does it describe? Well, inventory. It's a something amulet. I mean, it's just an amulet, but a holy symbol amulet.
Oh, interesting. Alright. Is that
Hey,
acceptable?
that's not your spellcasting focus, is it?
No, that's my base.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll use it.
Okay. Alright. Studying the documents that you have, the actual spell anti-magic field, and the variance between them, you and Zephyr take 10 to 15 minutes figuring out the intricacies of the spell. The first attempt is not successful, and you burn. What do we have? What even is? Yeah, I gotta find anti-magic field. Anti-magic field. Spell, please.
Might be higher than the level I can cast.
Oh, it actually is. It's 8th level. Which actually means this gets a lot harder. Because in order to cast this, you're going to need to work off of scrolls. And create your own scroll that'll let you cast it. This is going to be a very high DC.
For me to do that, I have to write it. It's going to take hours, which is a long rest anyway.
Maybe. It depends.
Okay.
For you to write it down, to be able to reliably cast it. But for you to just do it as a one-off, maybe not. Depends on how you roll. Right now we're at a 15. Someone else
It's on my
could
list.
chip in.
It's on my list of spells that I want, so kind of don't want to burn that, but alright. Excelsior. So do I roll again?
I'm figuring that out. If you'd like to, yeah.
But then I would do that with my charisma rather than my arcana, because I don't spellcast with intelligence. Yay? Nay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. $23 and 24.
Okay. So, after several minutes of poring over documents, papers, and consulting tables to try to figure out how to cast this, because the spell that you're basing it off is out of your range, you contrive a concoction of the spell. It still seems like it's going to be out of your grasp for a long time. The components that are required are quite extensive. They are, in fact, here. You can use a spellcasting focus for them, but you're not practiced enough to try to attempt that. It's easier to just use the pinch of powdered iron, which you actually can't find for a while until eventually you find iron filings and read that they can be used alternatively, and so you grab them from the componentry shelf. And you slowly begin to attempt to assemble this variant anti-magic field. It's a long process, and the first few attempts are unsuccessful. The material components aren't used, though, which means the spell isn't being cast at all, which is better than the spell's components being used and it being cast and nothing happening. And after some time, you realize that the way that you need to interact with the iron filings is different than described by the spell, because the iron is actually what's going to be physically used to create the entanglement. So So you realize you don't actually need iron, you need gold, which is in more abundance. So you'll need to take out at least one gold piece to attempt to cast this spell. Is that acceptable?
We don't have any.
You don't have any gold pieces?
All of these are gold pieces.
Our spell.
Okay.
Octopus has a lot of gold pieces.
Alright. So switching the material component to gold, it seems like it will have the desired effect based on your readings. In which case you begin to cast the spell, and it is incredibly laborious and frustrating. Continually for 5 or so minutes, nothing happens and nothing happens and nothing happens, until finally you adjust the flow of your hand, relax your arms, and flick your wrist as you release the gold. It dissolves into the air, and then all of a sudden, Blopeltop's amulet begins glowing, emitting a faint white aura. And that aura fades, it no longer glows, but you feel the magic is still potently there. Through whatever means, be it the Feywild itself or divine intervention, you have managed to cast a spell far exceeding what you would normally be able to cast. And presumably, you have a de-entanglement anti-magic field active.
Cute. So I'm
How long
gonna
does
tell
Jacob peeing for?
That's a good question. Long enough.
I've
for us
actually
to
just
have
been
fun.
sitting here eating a ham sandwich and listening the whole
Oh,
time.
there we go. There we go. All right.
My brother's in the shower, so I had to go to the first floor and I had to pass through the kitchen. So I was like, well, I'm a little hungry.
All right.
Well, we tell everybody, guys, hey,
Hello.
we made the key.
Well,
Maybe.
I had a much stupider idea, so I'm glad you figured something out.
Either that or we all die. But that was gonna
Oh,
happen.
You didn't make the key. What you made is what allows you to make the key.
Yeah.
What you made is what theoretically will disable the field in front of the wall that you need to attune to make the key. The final step remains.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we still have to do that. Yep. Cool.
We do that.
We sure do.
All right. Is everyone making their way over to the area for the grand test?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the entire party descends. The test of the anti-magic field will begin by thrusting it into the other anti-magic field. If it works, what it means is that you will be able to cast spells again because the weak disentanglement field will counteract the entanglement field. So who wants to test it?
I cast light.
The area lights up, signifying that the anti-magic that once stopped you from approaching the arcane wall is now counteracted.
Wait. Okay.
You still lost?
I thought Vesper amulet could have done that.
No, Vesper's amulet is an entanglement amulet.
Right, you're right. Yeah,
So
okay, cool.
It wouldn't do anything because it would be.
We're gonna sit down and Ari and I are both gonna just like extend our hands towards the wall,
Yep.
just reaching, almost like reaching for the strands of magic itself.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of just trying to match the vibration of that
Alright.
and channel that into the amulet that Cup gave us.
Roll Arcana with advantage.
Are you sure you want me to do Arcana and not Charisma?
What?
Well, guess it's
It's
your
a-
call.
He's a sorcerer.
He is a sorcerer. You are feeling the magic. So yeah, do charisma.
sorry.
If wizard helps, he would do Arcana.
14.
Okay.
Wizard's gonna help us.
Alright. Go ahead and roll Arcana then.
Wizard got 24 Arcana.
Okay. Well, that's actually very good. The two sorcerers step up and attempt to Feel the magic.
Well, I imagine we like find the frequency, but we're having a hard time shifting
Yes.
the.
Something's off. So, however you want to picture the metaphor, whatever frequency is locked by this arcane gate is not easily accessible. Zephyr and Malachi are metaphorically exploring an ocean of magic, attempting to find something in the waves that's identifiable, but they're lost at sea, and are making no connections with anything. Wizard, on the other hand, has a different approach. While Malachi and Zephyr are both sorcerers, I believe. Zephyr is a cleric?
Zephyr is a sorcerer cleric.
Alright, that's what I thought. So, while they're both using a sorcerer's approach and attempting to feel out the weave around them, Wizard is instead studying them and trying to figure out what's going on and what they're doing, because this is fairly foreign to him and doesn't make any sense. And he realizes that what they're doing is incorrect. Not in the sense that it won't work at all, but that their approach is bending the weave instead of finding the weave. So in their attempts to synchronize, per se, with the frequency of the gate, they're actually manipulating the weave around them to the point that as sorcerers, they're muddying the waters. Instead, what they need to do is essentially enter a form of meditation where they aren't disrupting the weave, but merely receiving it. And that he can tell on the basis of their movements, on the gate's extremely subtle reactions to their magic. The gate is being changed by their attempts, but they're not perceiving the gate correctly. With this knowledge, should Wizard, communicate this,
Of course.
Zephyr and Malachi are able to re-roll to change their approach.
No.
That's good. So, after consulting the advice, Malachi freezes, and instead of attempting to, per se, reach out and grab the gate and interrogate it for what it is, he simply sits and listens, attempting to absorb and feel the magic around him rather than grab it for himself. And at first, nothing happens, and it's an extremely dismal setting, one where the longer it doesn't work, the more anxious he gets. But slowly, calm down, you take a deep breath, and then you realize something you haven't realized before, and you're understanding the way that you interact with the weave. The way that sorcerers interact with the weave is extremely aggressive. They physically pull on the weave to make things happen. Everything about it is very direct and almost primal, but not quite. Whereas now, the approach that you have been taught to take is one that is more passive and one of study. The wizard does not manipulate the weave. The wizard sees the weave, communicates it with it, and instead of binding the weave to their will, they simply take what is already there and find the ideal path in the weave that gets them what they're trying to do. All of the components that the wizard needs to cast a spell in the weave are already there, and they merely need to navigate it. The sorcerer must pull and disrupt. Not that it's a destructive process, but it's simply a more aggressive, direct way of accessing the weave, which is why wizards don't understand it. Taking a more wizardly approach, you start to see the pieces come together, and connecting with the gate through a combination of sorceress passion and aggression and wizardly observation, you subconsciously begin miming what you need to do on the amulet in order to synchronize these frequencies of the weave. You're not taking control of the arcane gate and strangling it, you're merely seeing what symbols and segments of the weave the gate is using and intentionally picking the opposites for your key. And before you realize it, you don't have any more motions to make. You've mapped out the nature of the gate without disrupting it, and you now have a key that is its inverse.
Nice.
Yay.
Well, now that the ritual is theoretically complete, there's only one thing to do.
Oh, that sucks. You made the inverse. We actually needed it to be exactly the same. You've done the opposite of what you needed to. Sorry.
What would you like to do? You have your key.
Open it! Open it! Open the door!
No, I think we just bask in our genius for a little bit here.
No, open it.
Oh, you're not even gonna walk through, you're gonna use the key to disrupt the gate entirely?
Well, yeah, I mean, there might be a dragon right on the other side. We need to get all our guys through.
Yeah.
Alright, taking the arcane magic stored in the key, instead of simply using it as a means of traversal, you use your sorcerer's energy to disperse the magic to nullify the gate. In some ways, making the key itself its own anti-magic field that really dispels the magic of the gate. And all of a sudden, you completely connect with and understand how the spell Dispel Magic works. Dispel Magic does this very thing, which you have naturally and organically found. I don't know if you already know the spell Dispel Magic. If you didn't before, you do now. The gate fizzles out. You can see the sheening energy pulse and then fade out completely. All that's left in front of you is the darkness. The darkness has not gone
Darkness. Where goes the light?
away. What would you like to do?
Well, I guess I'll walk up to the darkness and see if it goes away with my amulet.
It does not.
Is it the kind of darkness that we can't see into?
Correct.
For dark vision? Okay. So, if I cast a spell light.
Mm-hmm. It is stopped by a black barrier of the darkness.
Okay.
We get, is there still anti-magic here if I turn off my amulet?
Well, your anti-magic field was also being canceled by his stronger anti-magic field, so...
Okay, so I was gonna see if the blindfold would work to let us see past this, but if it's anti-magic, then...
What does it tell if this is like a darkness spell or just something else?
It seems... roll Arcana.
Archmana. I got 11.
You're not really sure. It
he's
might
gonna
be something else.
Add a D4, because Aries just gonna slap you on the shoulder.
on the
Add a 3 to that.
You're still not sure, but you have a feeling, even if this is some kind of darkness, it's not normal darkness.
I'm just gonna outstretch my hand so I don't bump anything and try to walk through it.
You walk through and you can immediately see the entirety of the massive hallway that is the Hall of Monsters and all of its outstretching halls. The darkness is but a sheet of paper.
You are
good there?
You're right.
Can I hear them?
No.
Bud, I'm gonna cast message.
Okay.
Bud,
The anti-magic field?
Doesn't. You can't cast message.
Well, I'll probably just stick my head back out anyway. Be like, hey, it's just
but magic can't be used in there at all, or?
you're standing in an anti-magic field right now, aren't you?
Oh, okay. Walking out of it.
Well, it's attached to you unless you leave the amulet.
Oh, we've made another anti-magic amulet?
He made the key is an anti-magic amulet with a disentanglement anti-magic field.
So we now have 2 anti-magic amulets, and one of them's...
Yeah, but one of them is only temporarily active.
I get... Oh, okay.
Cool. This bird poking his head back in?
Yeah, I would have poked my head back out and been like, yeah, seems good. There's an immediate dragon.
Well, let's go.
Alright, is everyone crossing the barrier?
Yes.
So, well, I guess I will leave. Well, is there a place that's like safe that I could leave it, like right by the doorway?
Yeah, I mean, you can just leave it on the ground if you want.
I'm afraid somebody breaks it. Stuck in there.
Just take it with you, right?
But
I
I
could just wear both if you want me to.
Would
It's
they
not gonna make that
cancel
big a
each-
difference.
Will they cancel each other out or no?
Yours
Is-
will cancel mine.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, well, yeah, cool.
But you can just turn off his and use yours.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I mean, doesn't make a difference, but yeah.
His just
Does.
doesn't have an off switch and it's active for an hour.
All right.
Alright.
Only an hour. All right.
Yeah.
All right, let's move.
Alright. We
Uh,
should figure out. Do we want to keep going? It is 11.
I'm not tired.
Let's go, cause we just got here and we need to kill this thing.
I spent like 3 hours trying to figure out that puzzle.
Yeah,
It's been
yeah.
4.
I can guarantee you're not going to kill him tonight. Not enough time.
Uh-huh.
I mean, there's definitely not. I mean, unless we want to
You
stay out
watched.
till 2 a.m. and I don't want to do that. So.
Did he heal?
I had canceled his power word heal, but he might have something else.
So, you all going to explore this new segment of the archives?
Yeah. I'm actually looking for a dragon specifically as we go. Thanks.
Well, first you have to choose a side of the hallway. Similar to the other section, there's a mid-wall that's about 20 feet tall on a large... Oh, I gotta move this guy, he's not here. There's a mid-wall, it's 20 feet tall.
I found him!
No, he's not there. He's not there. There's a mid-wall and there's a large column of pillars, or a row of pillars, lining the hall. Above you, there's a series of halls that are labeled with tiles on the floor, and below you, a series of halls with tiles labeled on the floor. So step one, you have to choose the upper or lower side. Or do you want to just take an adventure down one of these hallways?
Looking in, what do they look like?
Well, a series of statues is largely what it appears to be, with their own plaques and descriptions. Each one labeled by type of beast. The four visible to you are aberrations, beasts, elementals, and fae.
Is there
There
like
were,
is there like a gosh, what's the word? It's not menu, but it's like here's all the
Directory?
things that you could that.
Oh, I mean, there is, and it directs you to all of them. There's aberrations, elementals, beasts, fae, celestials, fiends, constructs, giants, monstrosities, oozes, plants, undead, and the chamber of dragons is at the very end.
Okay, so seeing as how I want to stop by the celestials,
Okay.
and then
Kind of time crunch, though, aren't we?
we are on a time crunch. I just want to peek in as we go.
I mean,
And then go to
are
the-
we?
I don't know.
Is everyone traveling as one unit?
In real life, yeah.
I was gonna go check out the Fae.
Alright.
'Cause He said there are living examples. I want to see if we can find any of those, and if they're intelligent enough. to
Ari,
work with us.
send Ari with him.
Okay. Alright, I'm keeping everyone else in a super clump unless specified otherwise.
Man, we gotta bring back the
Entering
Bring back Vay.
entering the Hall of Fae.
empty.
Is quite a collection. Huh? Oh. That's weird.
I wonder where he could have gone.
Vesper, you notice that all of these statues are not statues. They are the actual beings held in some form of preserved stasis.
And
I will have turned my anti-magic amulet off.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, I have the one that can't be turned off. Oh no!
It doesn't seem to be affecting their stasis.
Okay,
So
good.
something,
Walk in here, just have 4 hags on me.
yeah, something, something even greater than your displacement antimagic seems to be at work here. You have no idea how they would be released. The first thing you see is a meanlock, one of the horrifying little creatures that you encountered in the woods outside of the citadel. A red cap, a horrifying little gnome, a yeth hound, a disgusting dog creature, a boggle, a terrifying goblin-like creature with horrifyingly large feet, tiny legs, a wide torso, and a massive head.
all right, that sounds mean.
Okay.
I'm saying the lovely guy.
Okay. And
Don't judge a book
curiously,
by its
there's
cover.
a pedestal just labeled Nilbog, and it describes how a dark spirit inhabits this goblin, hence it was given strange powers and odd pink garb, notably empty. A quickling, a blue elven creature, very small. A statue of a blink dog. This is notably the only creature that isn't actually seemingly live. Of course, a back wall filled with Eladrin statues as well. The dog is labeled. It tells the story of a famous blink dog named Rex, who protected the realm and served faithfully with a coyote tamer.
He was a good boy.
The rest is a collection of hags who've been immortalized here before you. Horrifying creatures to display, all with their own environment and pathology described below.
Kind of wish the Nilbog was here. I feel like that's the one of these creatures we could negotiate with to help us out. I feel like the rest of these are just gonna be dicks about it.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
too stupid to negotiate with.
Yeah. Anything else you'd like to do in the Hall of Fame?
What were the ones with the way bottom?
The Eladrin.
Your statues.
All 4 variants of the Eladrin. Summer,
Gotcha.
spring, fall, winter.
Well, I don't. What's the other team doing?
What is the other team doing? Do they go right to the Hall of Celestials?
Well, that's where Sun wants to go for sure.
Alright, well, I'm assuming everyone else is in a super clump with them until otherwise specified. The Hall of Celestials is not what you would expect at all. You find no beings that you recognize. Instead, what you find are strange creatures with even stranger names that you're not even sure how to pronounce. One is a flaming collection of eyeballs on different concentric rings. The other, a powerful winged creature with 6 sets of wings, looking vaguely humanoid, somewhat like an Azimar, even perhaps. Perhaps it is an Azimar, though that is not what it's named. The other is a very strange, dark creature that seems to be a parallel of the Seraphim. Last, a 4-legged creature with the head of a lion and again 6 pairs of wings. And at the end of the hall, the most strange creatures of all, extremely vague in form. One like a winged lion, one like a giant ravenous bear, one a 4-headed winged leopard, and the other a 10-horned beast with spiraling horns and metal teeth.
Is there any written celestial language there at all?
There is. The celestial language below these seems to be the quotes of an eyewitness account of an individual who dreamed of these divine beasts.
Interesting.
Laptop's just staring
The
at
others
the.
appear to be descriptions of divine creatures that serve in the high courts and as warriors for the Creator.
Laptop's just looking at the off and I'm like, damn, that thing was familiar.
The only creature that looks even vaguely familiar is the Seraphim, who appears mostly just to be an Azimar.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look at that one for a little bit. And then our tour is done.
You don't care about any of the other wings?
What is a frogamoth?
Well,
I was
What
curious.
is a banderhob?
no.
I was curious to see if there was any connection.
Do we know what dinosaurs are? I saw there's a T-Rex on one of those things.
You don't know what dinosaurs are.
Cool.
Are you
Okay.
continuing
Blood
down the
pudding.
hallway?
Scary.
Yeah.
Alright, what is Vesper and Zephyr doing?
What were the other halls down here?
Hall of Fiends, Hall of Giants,
Right.
Hall of Oozes, Hall of the Undead.
What was the one to the left of Faye?
Elementals.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah. Aries gonna pop into the elemental
Okay.
one.
It's Vesper's Hall.
Sure.
Alright. The Hall of Elementals is a strange display. To the left are these very small little creatures with pointy noses and little wings that look very impish. All methods, as they're called. Strange creatures with even stranger descriptions. An odd collection of elements. Somehow in stasis, even those made of smoke and steam. Various elementals of every type. Large, air, earth, fire, and water. And classic. Strange
Are these-
section of
You
gargoyles.
said these aren't statues, they're actual ones?
Yes, in some form of stasis.
Okay.
Yes, the gargoyles themselves appear identical to statues. It's actually very difficult to tell whether they are true gargoyles or not. Apparently classified as elemental, primarily stone or metal. At the bottom are two horrifying sights. One is that of a giant phoenix, very much real, very much in stasis, very much bloody, and in the process of being reborn, rising from the ashes, in a very dramatic pose. The other is that of a great sea leviathan, which appears to be struggling to breathe what little drops of water remain conjured around its bottom, but likewise held in stasis.
That Phoenix is so metal.
Well, these are considering we had heard from the book before. Is this not is this the same one as from the Prophets of Spring?
He's talking to himself, I don't know.
Well, when you reading all your stuff, you mentioned the Phoenix as one of the prophets, or like who came around the time of the Prophets of Spring.
One of the prophets said that a series of continuing judgments would be brought upon the land, and the master narrated that a great phoenix came, but that it was struck down and sent to the archives.
Interesting.
And
Okay.
it was one of the last warnings before the final warning. The condemnation, if you will.
Okay.
None of these have like a
What?
convenient
No.
quick release.
Nope.
Okay.
How intelligent are phoenixes? Do we know?
You would have to roll history.
All right. How does a 13 do you?
They're
Bad.
just giant birds, but they're terrifyingly powerful. They are
Gotcha.
much more wise than they are intelligent.
Okay. I don't know. That might be an option.
Mm. We should go.
Meeting up with the others.
Yeah.
I do want to pop into the Hall of Constructs
Well,
because it feels like the sort of thing where they might not need to actually restrain them. They might just set the remote down.
you catch up to the supercluster as they pass by the Hall of Constructs. I presume they're not going in, or are you all going
I'm not going.
He's looking at for the dragons.
in? Yeah, I figured. In which case, Bird and Air, you pop in to see.
Well, we know what we're gonna find in the Dragon's Farm.
You find an unassuming collection of armor. Now, the first is a normal animated armor. It's an animated armor. It's a normal animated armor. The second is an empty stand of what's called petrifier animated armor. And then the third is a helmed horror. Not too unfamiliar from, well, you wouldn't know that. Not too unfamiliar from those in the Chiral Plateau, but this group hasn't encountered them yet. The other side is various animated weapons on display. As you get further
We've
back,
got
we
some
have
helm horrors.
interesting things. Various types of golems along the left, massive, and on the right,
What?
you've seen these before.
No, I haven't.
Beings of, well, maybe you haven't. I guess, yeah, neither of you have. These are beings from a plane called Mechanus, which is allegedly a land of magical, strange constructs who've apparently been replicated. It is stated that these are replicas, not actual mechanical beings. But this
What
is,
about the golems?
the golems are real. Golems are all real.
Is there? Do they seem like they're in stasis, or is there like
They
a
seem
control?
like they're in the exact same stasis as everything else.
Damn. All right. Well.
Statue. Statue of over us.
Don't worry. Don't worry about that. You can see that. Alright.
What? Do you know how big those are?
They're actually only this big. Shocking.
No way.
I'm not kidding. Something like that. Well, actually,
No
probably
way.
also not to scale.
It's Godzilla.
It's not to scale. Alright, so the rest of the group has, I understand it, booked it for the thing you can do with dragons or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, catching up to the group just as they get into the Hall of Dragons. The chamber immediately splits after a room containing some very intricate artwork of what appears to be on the ceiling, a depiction of the fight of Mandril between Elebar and Durango. Nice. Now, there are two chambers that peel off. To the left is the chamber of the metallic. To the right is the chamber of the chromatic.
Oh yeah. To the left for some, please.
You're going to the metallic chamber?
Yes.
Okay. Is everyone else following?
Wait. Why are blue and white and stuff up in the metallic?
Oh. One second, please.
All right. I see.
That's weird. Okay. So, whoops. Go down to the right.
Yeah, there we go.
So, and I didn't hear, is everyone traveling in with him?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. You all,
Now that it seems less like a trap.
you all travel into the chamber of metallic dragons. This is a very notable room in that all of these are empty pedestals labeled bronze, brass, gold, copper. Notably, at the end, the first thing you see is a giant statue of the silver dragon Elebar, and next to him, a pedestal of a silver dragon, which likewise has what appears to be a statue of a silver dragon. In stasis, very much like everything else that you've seen up to this point.
So not a
At
statue,
this
but
point,
real.
it is very unlikely that it is a statue, though the statue of Elebar is clearly an actual statue. Completely white, made of marble, whereas the silver dragon, though glorious and shiny, is obviously not made of stone, and very much instead appears to be perhaps alive.
Okay, so now we really got to figure this out.
Yeah. Is there any writing or anything?
This is a strange room, and that the only plaque that contains writing is that below the statue of Elebar. No other pedestal bears any writing whatsoever.
What language is it in?
It is in Elvish,
Okay.
and it again just describes Elebar as the champion who defeated the red dragon, Durango, servant of Tiamat. so?
I'm just gonna go over to the silver dragon and like bow and call him Great One in Draconic. Are there any like I don't know if it's any different here. But where does it look like this stasis like is being generated from or powered by?
That is the greatest mystery of the archives yet. You have seen no evidence of any of what is causing this spell or whatever it may be called.
Another 4-hour puzzle.
And I'm gonna walk up and just touch the silver dragon.
If we don't figure it out within the next real life 20 minutes, I'm using the ring.
For real. For real. What is what?
Do you have like detect thoughts or anything?
I do.
Because maybe you could bump heads with the dragon, see if it's got any ideas. Unless it's also mentally stasised, which would be much less cruel.
Well, I'm gonna take some time, 10 minutes in game, not real life, and I'm gonna cast Identify.
Okay.
If you touch a creature through the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
Okay. And I think we're gonna end it right after this.
Oh.
Because walking in
Not
behind,
walking.
Big nerd.
Not walking.
walking in behind is a strange man in a black cloak.
Kill him.
And he says,
Big nerd.
I see you found my friend.
What does the man look like?
Pale, gaunt, not quite jaundiced, but sickly. Slicked black hair and pointy ears. Clean shaven. Not too muscular, but not weak. But there is no ounce of fat on his body. He looks a combination of sickly and strong.
I'm gonna say, who are you in Draconic?
He responds back in Draconic. You know who I am.
Alright, you got to go in Draconic.
With or without the sass.
Who is this?
Yeah. Responds to you. He says, there is no way for you to break that stasis. You will not find an ally in here.
But, okay, cool.
Alright.
Cool.
Give me that ring. That's not gonna work with my. Well, I don't know. It is the ring of meta knowledge. It might penetrate anti-magic fields.
You want the ring?
You are within an anti-magic field. So you can't even cast Identify, actually.
I'm standing far enough away from him, I think, and if not, I would have.
You should ask if
Well, I
you're.
mean, if he... Oh, you're the one holding his amulet? The Blappletop amulet?
Yes.
thought so.
Okay, I see.
Carrying both. Uh-huh.
I see.
That was a thing that we did.
Got it.
It was.
Okay.
Well, if you just put on the ring and then ask it, I think it'll work.
But yeah, but do I want to ask it?
Wait, so what did I learn from Identify?
I'm not telling you right now. Because I want to be done. Because it's
Nerd.
11:24.
Let us
You
know!
have to deal with a cliffhanger.
Let us know. We struggled through this episode. Let us know.
No. You know why?
Because I haven't figured it out yet, you bastard.
I don't know what the hell he said.
He said he hasn't figured it out yet.
Everything I planned was up to the door. So, deal with it. I'll have an answer next week.
Yeah. You fool. Sunday.
It's true. It is Sunday. So, in less than a week.
Woo! Yeah, baby!
But until then, we're leaving it here. You cast Identify. You learned something. We'll find out what it is later, but you are actively being confronted.
Grandpapa? And then we end.
And that's it. Alright. On the next episode of Mending the Recording.